Let's go over here.
Bro.
Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear Peter Griffin? Did you guys hear that? Super Sieg, thanks for the sub, man. Yeah, I turned on text to speech and I turned on Peter Griffin. Every time somebody does. Saint Kotor, thanks for the prime. Can you guys hear it? Is it like super loud or is it like the right volume? It's good, okay. That way I won't... It's been way too long. I take way too long to see the subs because I'm too slow. So I thought it was time. All right. So what we're going to do here, guys, is we are going to just wait for the Diablo 4 announcement. That's what we're waiting for. There's a Diablo 4 Campfire today or something or other. We're just waiting for it. How is this version of Diablo 2 in general? Oh, amazing. I would call it a must play. I never played it before until now. What I need is a T1 map that is not cold. So this is T1. It's those two are bad. This is...
Been a while since I've been able to watch, but happy to be here this time. What is this version of D2?
Baba, thanks for the 34, man. This is Project Diablo 2. It is considered by all players to be the greatest game, the greatest mod ever made of all time for any video game. Okay, maybe not that good, but it's pretty damn good, man. So those two are bad. So we need to make this rare.
Not in town.
Yeah, Diablo 2 Resurrected is goated as well. Alright. Mav, okay. We need a perfect gem in any rune. And then we just corrupt this. They have cold absorb. Maybe we have to re-roll it. How am I liking it? I like it a lot, man. So let's see here. We go here, here, perfect gem, and a rune. There we go. 74 density. Whatever, let's just go with it. Here we go, boys. Time for a map. Am I more excited for Diablo 4 Season 11 or POE2? I mean, POE2 by a lot, you know. What about you? You're more excited for Diablo 4? Is this like the scene in Anchorman where Brick says, "I love lamp"? And he's just saying, "I love lamp" just to say it. Snare drum, thank you so much for the sub, man. You love D2, me too, man. I turned on sub alerts, guys, which I should have had on a long time ago. Now that my dual PC setup is here, sub alerts are on. And the text-to-speech is on. So every time someone subs or something happens, Peter Griffin's gonna go, "Meh." Does it work with gifted? It does, but remember, guys, don't give me subs, please. Please don't give me subs. Instead, please, instead, spend them on you. Oh, she calls me, I'll give 5 subs. Thank you so much, my friend. Zini, thank you so much for the 15. Whoopsies. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Been a while for you since you've been on D4. I don't know what this announcement is going to be, so this will be interesting. Hi, Ghost Master. What's up, buddy? When is the campfire? I actually don't know. Probably in like 2 hours or something. I actually don't know when it starts. Maybe 2 or 3 hours. 11 a.m., so 3 hours then. He's mapping. Hi, Rugni. Or should I call you Runji? Do you remember Arcane? Who refused to say your name correctly for like 3 years? Didn't you make an alt named Runji? In honor of his nickname he gave you? Rude knees. You wish Diablo was in the game and not sold to us later? It sounds like every one of the expansions is half of a Primeval's arc. And I already asked about Diablo, and they said he's busy. So, what that means to me is... I think we're... Man, my throat's starting to die on me. What that means to me is, well, we did half of Mephisto's arc last time. So we finished Mephisto's arc this time, and then maybe Diablo is next? I don't know. You want to know what I want way more than... You want to know what I want more than Diablo in the game? I'd rather have the cow level than Diablo, personally. That might be an unpopular opinion, but I just want to kill cows all day. Spawn right behind me. Frozen Orb, pretty good. Any good finds? What I keep finding over and over and over, Rugni, I found 4 of them actually. I keep finding perfect vampire gazes. So I have this perfect vampire gaze. It's not my first one. And I put a 15 IAS jewel in it. I made this Eth Colossus Velugi. I found an Eth Shaft Stop. I traded for the Oculus. I traded for the Viper. My gear's not very good, man, honestly. If I'm being honest, I don't think my gear is very good. it's weird to play a frozen orb build and actually have it do damage. I hear coins counted nearby. This must be some kind of an event. Am I gonna get a lot of gold or what? You hope I have money? Well, I have maybe 2 million in my bank. I don't know. So I could try for an Endarials. Yeah, I don't need an Endarials though, right? He already has this vampire gaze. Diablo used to be an RPG, but now it's a sports game. Who cares about leaderboards in this kind of a game? Well, I would argue the leaderboard. I mean, Blizzard North invented the leaderboard in ARPGs. The ladder race in Diablo 2 was one of the most iconic races ever. It was godly. The leaderboard is definitely has nothing to do with why Diablo 4 is seen as a bad game in a lot of people's eyes. That definitely doesn't have anything to do with it, right? Well, it really wants me to pick up this Archon staff.
Carry anymore.
10 poison resist, huh? Get him, Vicky Hat. 1 to bow and crossbow skills. We got a skiller, boys. Let me go grab something real quick. Be right back. What build am I going to play in POE2? Oh, we're playing... What build am I playing in POE2? Oh, Druid for sure. Guys, my health is draining. What should you level a jug with? Juggernaut, huh? Are you going hardcore? If you're not going hardcore, why are you playing Juggernaut? Or, yeah, if you're not going hardcore, isn't Juggernaut just super tanky, boy?
I am open.
I guess drink a full juve to get a new full juve, right? I have this Amrune. Apparently I'm full. Assassin skill levels, I'm out. Diablo 4 is going to be abandoned for Diablo 5. God, I hope so. I don't know. I'm gonna try my best to not be negative here. I would really enjoy it if I don't know. I don't see a world where Diablo 4 becomes a game for me, right? I didn't make Diablo 4 with me in mind. I don't think they're going to convert how Diablo 4 currently is in any way. So it is what it is. Hi, Cajun. Oops. Oops. Wrong button. Wolson is making another game. I tested it. Isn't it God's Death? Isn't God's Death and Reapers from... Isn't that from Wolson? I've already played it. Pretty sure. How much longer till the campfire? 3 hours. Getting some pretty good stuff here. Boss time, boys. Yeah, there are immunes, but when you roll the map initially, it shows you like what they're going to be super resistant to. So I just don't play the ones that are super resistant to cold. Where you going, buddy? Well, I thought this... Oh yeah, the boss might be at the intersection up here. A cleaver. Pizza bullshit. How do I deal with cold immunity mobs? Vicky hat. The mercenary. Do I have my POE2 bingo card ready for tomorrow? I don't. Maybe I should make one. Should be pretty good. I don't know. Maybe the Diablo 4 announcement will be good. You never know. Maybe. One can dream. Maybe it'll be good. You never know. When are we going to get a Diablo 1 remake? It's an excellent question. Yeah, I'm hoping for 0 lore. I heard a noise. What does that noise mean? Did we get something good? No, it says a jewel. Do I like the PoE noise for drops? You mean like the tink sound? Like the divine orb drop sound? I love that noise. Yeah. We're just chilling, going. This is fairly comfortable. Again, I have the same problem as always. I don't have super high damage is my problem. Gold chest, boys. One jewel. Huh? A single jewel.
I can't carry anymore.
Dang it, I ran out of identifiers. I'm crying. %, boys. Get him, Vicky hat. Does this have WASD support? This does, right? WASD is in this mod, right? Everyone was telling me to play it at the beginning. There is a boss. I killed the boss already. He was at the top of the map. A fanged Kniffy. Okay. See if we got anything good here, boys. Yeah, let's just throw away the Monarch. Who cares? 3 of strength is bad. Skiller, we probably keep the Skiller, right? Why point to move when I have WASD? I only play a WASD when I have to. It's not my favorite way to move. I can play it in World of Warcraft, of course. It's not my preferred way to move. You know? People love it. I love, if you love WASD, I love that you love it. I love that you have it available to you. I love that it makes you happy. Excellent. Is it better for me to move like that instead of using my injured hand? Actually, probably. My right hand wishes I played WASD. It's actually a great reason to switch. That's actually a great reason. Oh. We cleared it, boys. So all of these maps we need to combine them to try to get them to be not cold. So let's see here. You would be picking up every one to craft caster weapons. I haven't been doing much crafting. So, is there any way, guys, that I can re-roll the base immunities in this map? Or are they just screwed at cold and fire, and do I have to combine them into a new map? Mr. Wall, I think you sent that message in the wrong stream, buddy. Is there any way I can get rid of these cold immunities, guys? Hi, Jables. What's up, buddy? Yeah, I know we can re-roll the maps, but what about I need to get rid of the cold immunity at the top. Is that not a thing? Immunities are innate. Okay. I don't have enough gold to buy this. Alright, so let's look for a tier 2 map, I guess. I don't have any more tier 1s that I can run. Because all of these are cold immune, so we can't do any of those. Here's T2 with outrageous cold res, so we can't do this one either. T2 with massive cold, can't do that one. Here we go. I can do this one. We can do this one. Yeah, I bought it. I bought the Oculus for 8 World Stone things. I wanted to learn how the trade system worked. And it worked very well. Okay, we're going to try a tier 2 map, guys. They say this is going to be very difficult for me, so... Map, orb, jewel, any rune. Okay, it's got pretty good. Okay, 121 density. That's pretty good. All right, we ball. New game. Would I recommend Project Diablo 2 if you're not knowledgeable in PoE 1? Project Diablo 2 is significantly easier to learn than PoE 1. You could definitely get in here and try it. If you really like PoE 2, there's a new PoE 2 league starting in a week. We're getting the full info for PoE 2 tomorrow. So if you're a big PoE 2 guy, now is the now might be a great time to stick with PoE 2. Okay, these guys are actually way stronger. I'm getting cooked here. But yes, you could absolutely play Project Diablo 2, and the community would love to help you. If you just ask questions in general chat, say, hey, I'm new, can anybody help me? Oh, people will help you, man. I'm 1000% sure. I don't understand what's hitting me. I don't get it. There's nothing on my screen. What is hitting me? Yeah, I think it was the quill rats that were cooking me. Got a cryptic axe. Isn't that one of the best mercenary weapons? Only thing I don't have is a mercenary. 6 gold, huh? I'm gonna put the skill into warmth. I'm thinking, I already have level 8 warmth. I never press teleport in maps. Teleport would kill me instantly, so I guess we are going warmth. Warmth would be good. I'm also gonna put 5 points into energy, get a little bit more mana. Thank you, Vicky Hat, for tanking. D4 announcement in 2 hours, guys. 2 hours. Yep, you're welcome. Ow. Tomb Reaver. Is an Eth Tomb Reaver still a good axe for mercenaries? Okay. Immune to physical, immune to cold. Beautiful. Immune to physical, immune to cold. Well, I just met Satan. Can you equip the mercenary in Diablo 2? Oh, yeah. I gave him a full set of gear.
Good afternoon.
So we got a problem with that. Meh. Cottonland, thank you so much for the sub, man. Okay, we have the guy that we actually can't kill here. him. We have Fizz and we have Cold. If we get immune to Fizz, immune to Cold, then we can't even fight him, so we just skip him. That's something that we have no way of dealing with. Could do immune to Fizz, we could do immune to Cold, but we can't do immune to both. Does Rich's Fire or Spin to Win exist in PoE2? Yeah, we don't really have the Whirlwind skill. Rich's Fire. Oh, Righteous Fire? Oh, Righteous Fire is coming, not in the game. Certainly Spin to Win is also coming, also not in the game. Oh, this is the final boss. I was like, why is Vicky Hat getting so shit on? Why are we both getting so shit on? Okay, that was a very short map, but are there 4 wings to it, though? Holy Satan. Let's check the circlet. It's bad. Let's check the Grand Charm. It's bad. Let's check the Grand Charm. It's good. Let's check the boots. Merman Sprocket. 60% faster run walk. Merman Sprocket, huh? Mephisto, thanks so much for the prime, man. You don't like meta gaming? You don't like playing what's popular? Well, that's very good. If you play softcore trade, it's a huge advantage to not play what meta builds there are, because it just drives the prices up.
Salutations.
6% attack speed. I didn't even know that that was a thing. Is the campfire in 10 minutes? The campfire is in 2 hours and 10 minutes. Oh, Vicky Hat is dead, crying. Why don't I tap the graphics button and make it smoother? This mod is not made on D2R. It's made on Diablo 2 original, so there's no button to press to improve the graphics. Believe me, if there was a button to press, I would press it so fast. That's you, Vicky Hat. Immune to cold. Thank you. That's you, buddy. Holy shit. Oh yeah, another immune to cold, another immune to physical. So unlucky, man. Wait, another one? Is this the same? I got 2 elite beetles, immune to cold, immune to fizz, both of them? Are you actually fisting me right now? Fucking Bro, game, come on. That's gonna kill Vicky Hat. We gotta leave. What's hitting me? There's nothing on my there's no monsters, there's no nothing on my screen. How the fuck am I dying? What? There's nothing on my fucking screen! God! A trap? There was no trap, there was no monsters, there was no projectiles, there's no nothing. Don't have poison? Nothing. Just dying to nothing. I don't think so. I don't think I stood on. I think it was just dying to nothing. I think it was just actually nothing. Dude, these quill rats are the bane of my existence. I got an Endarials anyway. Is it and Endarials isn't better than a perfect vampire gaze, is it? Oh, Andariel's is 2 to all skills. 20 attack speed. Damn, fight of the century over here. All right. So how do solo players hit 99? Do they just keep running maps? It seems like it would take a bajillion maps to get to 99 like this. Is that what people do, or? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Glad you're playing Project Diablo 2. It's great. Completely agree, man. You roll maps that have XP with an Annihilus. Ah, okay. I didn't think about rolling bonus XP on it. We got Gamble Boy again. Gamble Boy is here. Does Geed ever have really good options? Does he ever like give you like a Shaco or something? I don't even think I have 1,000,000 gold to gamble. Could be wrong. I could get an Ormus robe. Should I see if I can get a Blizzard Ormus robe? Or Frozen Orb. It would bankrupt me if I bought this. Oh, let's buy it. Who cares? I did get an Ormus robe. And I got Nova. Isn't that the best one? Oh. It only has 11 lightning, though. How much is that worth? Slam it for 3 sockets. Okay. I will. Better start picking up some yellows here because I'm going to be bankrupt. One rule in this game, always corrupt. Yeah, we're just gonna corrupt everything. I'm gonna corrupt the Endarials too, who cares? Alright. Let's drink all of these. We'll corrupt both of those. No. Keep that. So we can sell all of these. And we're gonna corrupt both of these for fun. Because who cares? %200 enhanced defense, dog shit. And I got MF on it. I got 21% magic find on it. One of you lucky dogs is going to be getting that in a moment. My Project Diablo 2 career for this particular season is going to be ending in an hour and 55 minutes. I will give you guys everything that I have. You can have all of it. Every currency, every piece of gear that I have. So whoever needs something, get ready. I currently he currently has an ethereal gaze. Mr. Levy, thanks for the prime, man. Guys, whenever anything happens on my stream now, Peter Griffin's gonna laugh. I'm just warning you, so if you find it annoying, you're gonna hate my stream forever now. Is D4 actually decent now? Well, instead of me answering that question, why don't we just take a survey in chat? Do you guys think D4 is decent now? How do you feel about it? Let's go with the chat's opinion. D4 bad, no. Bad, Keck W, no. Lol, it's bad, it's dog shit for me. No, they have to start over with D5, Keck W, not yet. No. Yes, go play. Josh, Joe Breeze, thank you so much for the subs and the primes, guys. For Captain Honor Seeker, it's alright, but he is a Diablo boy. Damn, Captain Honor Seeker loves everything. He's Mr. Happy, man. If he says it's alright, we're doomed. Bro, it even tells you down to the 14th assassin who did something. Bro, how far does it count down? The 14th assassin to do something? Bro, I'm sorry, but these server-wide announcements are cooked. No, don't get me wrong. I love the pop-ups. I love that, but the 14th of a class to do something? Oh my god, dude. Mortal Kings or War Sword. Grand Charm. Take that, and I'll take the 2 omelets. Gold Naga. I just got banned. Thanks, Blizzard. Super Sears. Thank you so much for the becoming a member, man. Someone got banned. Never mind. Cook them down, boys.
Hi, Rax.
Destruction, what's up, buddy? Thanks for the sub, man. What's up? Ready for the Diablo 4 announcement? We have a Diablo 4 announcement today. And then we have a POE2 announcement. 2 to fire skills, 33 MF. Jesus. Do we have any hint what the Diablo 4 announcement is? The only thing that I keep hearing about over and over and over is this has something to do with the Game Awards, which essentially tells me absolutely nothing. Probably selling their new expansion. Very, very likely. It's a good guess. Probably right. I mean, I guess that's probably it, right? That's the most obvious answer. Let's do something for fun. Let's see if in the last hour or so, let me see if I can find you guys any godlies. And then I'm giving everything that I find away. If I find the greatest thing ever, I'm giving it away. Everybody can just have it. You can just have it. What's my MF at right here? Let me see. 296, that's pretty good. Could be right behind me. Let me double check. Got a lum for you guys. Actually, might not be the worst. I need to lock my cursor to my screen. I keep going over to my other computer. Don't tell me it's directly behind the waypoint. Terrible layout, man. Oh. Okay, we're getting runes at least. Can you please kill them, Bicky Hat? How are they still alive, dude? Nope, not Travancore. Oh, I did that on purpose, Five Head. Come on, arachnid mesh or something. Got a phase blade. I got... Is lightsaber phase blade any good in this game? Gotta take the coronet as well. Could be a Jurath. Bad lightsaber phase blade. I thought Azurath couldn't drop from Mephisto. I thought Azurath, there's only three. There's three items that can't drop. Three good items that can't drop from Mephisto. I think it's Griffin's Eye, or no. It's Azurath, it's Arachnid, or no. You can drop Arach. It's three, isn't it? Three items that you go to Pindleskin for instead of Mephisto. I just can't remember which ones they are. Maybe it's griffins. Might be behind the waypoint here. Hit him, Vicky Hat. Hit him so you live. Hit him. Nice job. Hit him. Well, this is not looking good once again. Looks like another horrendous layout. Vicky Hat, can you fucking help me? Why are they hitting me? Vicky Hat, kill. Yet another bad layout of going left and it not being left even though it is left. The direction is left. We go left and we don't find it. The direction is left. Oh my god, it was a center layout. Take that rejuve just for the mana. Okay, it's definitely down and left is their way. There's no doubt about it. Please don't screw me over, game. Please. I've been a good boy. I know the exit is down and left. Oh, God.
Not enough mana.
I don't have any mana pots. Three uniques, all bad. I'm crying. It's up and right. I know it's up and right. There it is. Thank you. Absolutely nothing. Nothing again. The shield might be good. We ain't got time for might be good, guys. We're just going for the gold here. We're going for the arachnid meshes, the sages, the shakos. We're going for the high runes from the council members. We're going for the gold here. Concentration aura is not good. It's gonna hurt bad. Got a grand charm. I like that. I was gonna say, Mephisto can't be dead. He didn't even do anything.
What do you need?
Oops. Okay. We're going for the gold, guys. We could have, I guess we could have, now that I think about it, we could have picked up the mage fists and corrupted them at least, right? Have I tried the corrupted areas? Oh, you mean, oh, where, isn't that in actual D2R where the corruption spreads? Isn't that where they got the idea for Helltide? Got a prime evil soul. That worth anything? Vicky Hat, can you kill this guy? Vicky Hat, fight! You have a really unpopular opinion. You think that aspects in stones, like in launch, was good for the game. Aspects in stones. Can you elaborate on what you mean? Aspects in stones. You think he means, why didn't they just go straight to the codex? Well, he was saying I think he said he liked the original thing better. So he's saying he thought it was better when you had to save the items with the thing that you wanted to enchant on a piece of gear, and then when you found the good piece of gear, you had to put it on that way. I think actually the essence, like not that specific example, but the essence of, if I'm understanding what he's saying, actually has some merit to it. So it's not like, for me, it's not, oh, I loved that system where we had to save the... Look how buggy this game is. I've telekinesis that portal 15 times right in front of me. It won't do it. Again, it won't do it. What? Okay, I guess I'll just walk. You can telekinesis your portal, certainly, right? I'm not crazy. But can you imagine if you were playing hardcore and you were relying on that telekinesis to save you? Would have died like 1,000 times. But anyway, so I think the essence of what he's saying is putting the aspects, or saving the items and putting the aspects on items was overall better for the game. I think maybe what he means in a different way is it actually gave you something to farm for. Like, why is it highlighting this green ring? Green rings are never good unless Project Diablo 2 is different. Yeah. That is exactly the problem with the game. When I currently log into Diablo 2, I ask myself, what am I going to be doing? Well, right away, I'm going to be very strong, because you start with 15 skill points and you just murder, right? You murder right from the beginning. And then you reach T1 very easily. You farm a little bit on T1, then you comfortably go to T2 and then T3 and T4. It's almost just walking up the tiers. By the time you walk into T4, you usually do like half of an Uber boss's HP in a single like spell cast or a swing. And there's like no really good items that I'm looking for like this, just running around playing the game. There's no really good items that I'm looking for here. I just do the boss rotations, and after I do 100 of them, I'll get my second mythic unique, because my first mythic unique that I need is guaranteed from crafting and just playing a little bit. So I don't know. I'm never challenged, and I'm not exactly sure why. I'm not exactly sure why I'm logging in to do anything, really. Like, it's hard to nail down, like when you get to the end and you kill Uber Duriel, do you sit back in your chair and say, "Oh, I did it"? Like never, right? You know? Aspects equals D3 sets equals 0 build variety change my mind? Well, I don't think the aspects are like sets. A set is literally, at least in the Diablo games, is literally put on these 5 pieces of gear, you get these set bonuses in play. Aspects allow you to mix and match if the aspects can be mixed and matched. If there's a clear best 5 aspects every time, then yes, it's essentially the same thing. But with sets, you are actually locked down to specifically that. You're not supposed to be locked down by choosing aspects. But if there are no options for you, then it is the same thing. I don't need 2 pairs of Immortal Kings. That belt kind of sucks. That charm sucks. That sucks too. I think this sucks too, right? Yeah, I don't need that either.
Oh man, I was gone for quite some time. How are you enjoying the game?
Hi, Daisy. I'm doing well. I did notice that you weren't around. Are you okay? Is everything okay? Daisy is almost always here trolling. Are you doing all right? Thought about sending you a message, but I was like, Daisy just must hate me now. You came back at just the right time, Daisy. We added the Peter Griffin laugh whenever anybody subs or does something. Mithril point, huh? An hour and 20 minutes, boys. In an hour 20, we've got the Diablo 4 Campfire. You were recovering from a surgery. A surgery? Is this like a planned surgery, or are you okay? I guess you just went on vacation for a week, so everything must be fine. People don't go on vacation to see family if they're dying, right? You doing okay? You doing okay over there, champ? Do you need tacos? Do you need tacos? Finally, somebody's asking the real questions around here. An ethereal chaos armor. Well, I don't think we're going to use this, but pick up the U1 because it's probably worth a lot. Oh, I'm already full of items. Never mind. Not picking up shit. Vicky hat, immune to cold. Kill him. Vicky hat, immune to cold. Kill him. Oh, Taurashas? Damn it. You could use some tacos today. It's been a rough one. That's not good, buddy. Did you have like a tough day at work or something? Shatterblade. Never heard of it. Probably bad. Two to fire skill damage, 30 life? Holy. I don't know, I'll just throw everything. You had an infection in your blood and your appendix was about to burst. Jesus. Well, I'm very glad to hear you're okay. What in the actual hell? So, is the infection gone? And did they remove your appendix? Are you okay now? That's some pretty serious stuff. You can die from a blood infection, of course. You can die if your appendix bursts. There was a girl in my class named Chelsea when I went to school. We were just in class. Nothing was happening. And then out of nowhere, I still remember it, Chelsea yelled out this like bone-shattering scream of pain as she was right by me. She was on my right side, and I literally like, it literally shook me to my core. I like cowered down from her screaming so loud. And then we looked over and she continued to scream and she was crying, and the ambulance came to get her, and her appendix burst just sitting in our class, just sitting down. So I have seen someone's I have heard someone's appendix burst sitting right next to me in class. Yeah, I've never heard a human being scream like that before. I never heard that before. It was... That was like 10 out of 10 level pain. I'm getting hit by invisible ghosts or something? Let's just spam frozen orbs and hope that these invisible monsters die. Hell rune, I'll take it. Who is Chelsea? Just a girl in my class. She was very nice, actually. She did not deserve to have her appendix burst in class, that's for damn sure. She yelled like Rax died in hardcore. Well, not that bad. But yeah, she was in pain. You had your appendix rupture in class? My god, dude. We're dicking everybody out here. You actually have color in your face now. I wonder, did they give you any indication of like how long your appendix might have been in like bad condition? Is the fact that they took out your appendix, is that just going to make you feel like a lot better once you're fully healed on a day-to-day basis, or? Al City is from your state. You saw him in college? Hell yeah, man. I don't know if they've ever been famous with any other song other than this one, but this one was definitely a banger. Oh yeah, Daisy? Well, you'll never guess what we've been doing while you were gone. We've been sitting here playing video games. Doing absolutely nothing. Bet you never would have guessed that. How am I starting in Act 4 every game? It's, there's a command. It's like dot home dash set space 4 or something. I don't know the exact syntax of it. Someone can, I bet someone knows. Dot home dash set space 4 or something. And set it to whatever act you want. Dot set dash home space 4 there. Thank you. Thank you, sir. But your appendix is bursting as we speak. My appendix is going to burst if we don't get some good news for Diablo 4 in an hour. So do we have a heal up, Vicky hat? And then we're going for Mephisto. Okay, good job. Good. That's enough healing. Protect me, Vicky hat. Come on, Daddy needs a new pair of shorts. Actually, I need an arachnid mesh. When I see a tiara drop, it reminds me of someone that I knew named Tiara. I always felt very, very bad for Tiara because I think deep down, I think she was actually a very nice and kind person. But she had a very, very rough life, and she had... I don't know if it was schizophrenia or multiple personality disorder, but whatever condition she had, it was very, very, very severe. Very severe. And for lack of a better way to explain it, it just completely ruined her life. There was one time a bunch of us were swimming. A bunch of us were swimming as friends, of course. And I was sitting on a lawn chair next to her, and one of my friends was actually making fun of me. He was roasting me, just dicking around, you know. And she went ballistic. She just lost her mind because she said that me and my friend were making fun of her. But that was absolutely not happening at all. He was making fun of me, and we were right next to her. Like, she could hear every word clear as day. We weren't even talking to her, but her condition always goes back to everyone is out to get her. She's definitely not faking it, so she went ballistic, and then she left crying and all this stuff, and no. And then when she's done crying that we were insulting her, even though we weren't, then she cries endlessly because now that she's snapped out of it, she knows that we didn't do that. But the way that she acted, normal people would be so taken aback by what she did that, you know, they wouldn't forgive her for it or whatever. We would, because we understand it's a severe condition, but yeah, it's that's her reality every day. Her reality every day is she hears things, she sees things, she knows that they aren't real, but they're so real to her in the moment that she lashes out as if they're real, and then pays the consequences afterwards when she snaps out of it. It's really too bad. It's really bad, actually. You give hate where it's due and love where it's earned. You stick by D4's aesthetics and graphics. D4 has good graphics. D4 has a good engine. There's no denying that. Two things Blizzard does very well. Definitely. That's undeniable. Gold ring, boys. It's here. Stone of Jordan. Wow, that was some of the best drops ever. Don't want the Vam braces, though. Another small charm? Alright, this is it, boys. We're gonna beat the game right here. Man, old heal, that's what I've gotten like every single time, and Naggle rings. Naggle ring 23. Your mom has that split personality disorder. When she finally snaps out of it, does she realize that it like took over, or does she like not realize it? She realizes it, but then she denies it. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, my friend doesn't deny it. I mean, there's no way to deny it. It's extremely obvious. Well, Vicky had his dad. I'm crying. Miss him already. Is she a Gemini? I have no idea. I don't look too much into horoscopes. I don't look too much into astrology. Guys, I saw an interesting fact yesterday. Not to completely change the subject here, but you want to hear an interesting fact? If you took a sheet of paper, okay, just your regular sheet of printer paper, and you know, you fold it in half and you fold it in half again. You just keep folding it in half. How many times would you have to fold it in half to reach the edge of the observable universe? So, you know, start with a sheet of paper. It's like razor thin. You fold it in half, you fold it in half, you fold it in half, you fold it in half. How many times would you have to fold it in half where the length or the height of that piece of paper would reach to the edge of the observable universe? How many times do you think? 7? 7 times? Well, if you took a piece of paper, you could almost fold a piece of paper 7 times in your hand, and it would be like this tall. But 7? What? What? I don't even know what I don't understand what the guesses I'm even reading here. What is my mercenary setup? Eth Insight, Colossus Velugi, Eth Shaftstop, Vampire Gaze, Laying of Hands, just random gloves, random belt, random boots, nothing. I'd rather give him an infinity, but I don't have an infinity. I'm not that rich. I believe the correct answer is... It's either... I think it's 100... I think the correct answer is 104 times. It's like 100... It's like 103 or 104 or something. If you took a piece of paper and folded it in half 104 times, the height of that piece of paper would stretch to the edge of the observable universe. Which is, I don't know how far, like 300 million, like 300 sextillion miles away or something. It just shows you how how powerful it is to take a number and double it over and over and over. Eventually you reach a point where doubling it adds 150 gold ring again, boys. Where it adds 150 sextillion miles. This. Raven Frost. Swing, Vicky Hat, get your health back. God damn it, Vicky Hat. Take the Grand Charm. A fender bender, Jesus Christ. See here, bad 3 to magic skill damage. That might be good for Hammerton, right?
What do you need?
A fender bender. One of these days, Mephisto's gonna drop us something godly. Guys, in about 10 minutes, I'm gonna make a game, and I'm gonna drop everything that I have. All of my gear, all of my mercenary gear, every item in my stash, all of my currency. It's not much, but it's honest work. You can have all of it. I'll tell you the game name and the password. If you're going to still keep playing Project Diablo 2 for this season, take all of my stuff and enjoy it. I don't have much, but I also don't have nothing. I think the entire value of it will probably be worth more than a high rune, so it won't be nothing. Yep, Loot Island returns. I'm going to give you everything that I have. The perfect gaze is going on the ground. Got some really good amulets. Can have everything. Everything that I have, it's yours. The patch notes look good for D4. They posted the patch notes already? Why not keep playing? Because I'm going to go play POE2. They already posted the patch notes? Oh, okay. This will be my last run then. Okay. Why did they drop everything before their presentation? I don't even understand. Gold amulet, there it is. Mara's kaleidoscope. On the final kill right there, guys. Okay, guys, I'm making the game on normal difficulty. Here we go. We're gonna call it Loot Island. Wait, I put it for one player. My bad. Loot Island lol. 8 people can join. If you want my stuff, take it. And for the love of God, try to share, guys. Okay, this is dog shit. For the love of God, please share. Share, guys. People are fuck it. I don't care. Just stand on me and click stuff, guys. Oops. Okay. Got a lot more shit. Here we go. Alright. Some of it will be bad, but some of it won't be bad. Stop fucking asking me to trade. That Berserker's helm is dog shit, my bad. I don't know why I kept that. It's gonna get, loot's gonna get better, don't worry. Alright, give me everything. Nobody wants those bolts, I'm not even gonna drop them. Oh, throw away the shit you don't want. There's a couple of skillers in here, by the way. Okay. Here goes Vicky Hat's loot. It's really godly. There you go. All right. Now what do we have? Grab everything. Okay. Can I throw this on the ground faster? Let's see. Is it control right click? Oh, that's 1,000 times faster. There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is way better. Then we go over here and drop 1,000,000 gold right here. See who gets it. Nobody's going for the gold. Oh my god, no one's going for the gold. Oh my god, it's still here. The Mitch. Wow. Wow. All right. I think that's everything. Is that... I think that's... Oh, wait. My currency. No. I can't even see the stash, guys. Everybody pick stuff up. I can't get to the stash. Wait. Here. My private stash. Left control. There we go. There we go. That's much faster. Look at the piranha's feast. All right. I think all this stuff is dog shit, but I'll throw it on the ground anyway. All right. GG's, guys. That's everything. You have everything that I own now. See you next time. GG's. Enjoy. Gazzy, thanks for the raid, buddy. What's up, man? Gazzy, I can't believe you raided me right now, dude. Diablo 4 is about to have an announcement. You're not going to watch the announcement? Can someone link me the patch notes, please? Thank you. Let me change my game name to Diablo 4. Let me change this to Diablo 4. Let me see if I have a Diablo 4 thumbnail. That's not it. That's a Diablo 4 thumbnail. Okay. Here we go, guys. Here are the patch notes. It's literally a shit show. Thanks for the raid, buddy. I'll get you back for sure. So you missed my previous message. Oh, let me see the previous one. Sorry. You got a stomach bug from your daughter. You've been hard locked on the toilet since yesterday. It's a goddamn miracle. I know what happened, Gazzy. You got poisoned by the tick. Remember that tick you picked off of me in Peak? The tick bit you and poisoned you. So you've been shitting yourself ever since. I hope you feel better, man. It's good to get sick now before POE2, right? This is the perfect time to get sick. Yeah, me, Gazzy, DM, and Woody. Okay, so this is going to be an unpopular opinion, so I probably shouldn't even say this, but I read this about sanctification, and it looks like I'm sure the community is going to love this, right? So sanctification was the Rivsky, thank you so much for the sub, man. It was just a few days ago, Daisy. If you want to go back and watch the rebroadcast, I think it was pretty funny. Me, DM, and Gazzy were dying a lot, but Woody was doing very well at staying alive. Woody had played before. We hadn't played before, but still, Woody was playing like a god. Me, Gazzy, and DM died regularly.
Hope all is well.
Permafro, thank you so much for the sub, man. 30 months, you got your hoodie badge. So, guys, Sanctification was the seasonal theme where at the end you YOLO Sanctification on your item and it can brick it or it can make it godly, right? It's like Diablo 4's attempt at corruption. And there was a community outrage that it ruins your item or it makes you sad. Nello, thank you so much for the sub, man. 30 months for you too. You have your hoodie badge now as well. So when I read the changes here, let me read to you how I read it, okay? So this is a kind of a buff. This is a buff. Toki, thank you so much for the prime. A buff. Kind of just a change, not really anything. A buff. So this is like usually like what happens. They just make everything better and they make everything easier, right? This is probably not what I would have voted for a game that's already too easy, but I think the community is going to like it, so yeah, it's fine. It's whatever. Seems like a super powerful, like hardcore item, depending on how the math shakes out there. Yeah, I see a lot of multiplicative damages going up is what I'm seeing. So they say that the cost now scales exponentially, but these 10 levels change the cost by 41. And these 10 levels, the hardest ones, change the cost by 44. So I guess technically, mathematically, it is an exponential increase, but from 34. Sorry. No, it's not even 44. It is lower. Yeah, it is lower. Yeah, so it's actually 41 and then 34. Did they mean like, I guess the cost is going up, but usually when they say the word exponentially, they mean like the slope of that curve going up. And the rate at which it's increasing is actually lower. The rate at which it increases is lower. You think the quality bonus goes up? Well, they said it's always 1% for all affix values. It's 1% per quality always. So it's just 25, right? I think they're talking about the cost. Maybe I'm not understanding this. I think they're talking about the master workings cost. Because quality is always one. It doesn't matter. It's whatever. I don't want to make another meme video, but I guess it still is considered an exponential growth, but the exponent is smaller than 1, right? It's whatever. I don't care. Whatever. You didn't miss the D4 stream, Karamon. They put the patch notes up before. Looks like they're doing a lot of stuff for Spiritborn here. So they're buffing the Kurost Undercity. I already thought Kurost Undercity was one of the better game modes, but they're buffing it for pre-torment so you can get into torment easier. But this is also the patch. Okay, so I think I actually understand. Okay, I think I understand the overall idea here. I think So this is actually a pretty significant change. This could actually impact a lot of builds. I didn't know this. You can move down the skill tree faster. You can get core skills after 1 point spent. Huh. Is Marky, thank you for the prime, man. So making the so let's see here. Let's see if we can get paint going here. Diablo 4 is live. Yeah, we're gonna go to the stream here. Okay, but so okay, so here we go. If we look at Diablo 4 in general, almost everybody, well, nearly everybody would say that the game is too easy, right? The whole process of the game is too easy right now. So let's say you have all of these mechanics, right? You have this mechanic, it's the skills, this is the paragon, this is the items, this is the monsters themselves, this is your progression. Let me draw it down here. Let's say this is overpowered and this is like worthless, right? So if you have these different mechanics and you have, I don't know where they land. If you have your skills and then you have your paragon and then you have your items and then you have you have the new crafting stuff, and then you have the seasonal buff with the sanctification, da 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 da. Since the overall game is too easy, the only way you're going to make this a video game, right, is all of these, like the scale of all of these has to average out like down here in order to stop hitting for billions of damage. But it doesn't look like, at least until the expansion, they don't have the capability or the desire to bring this down. So, and it honestly, from my interview, it doesn't even sound like they have the desire to do it at all. So instead, what they're doing is they're just balancing it out here. They're balancing it within itself. So like when they say buff Kurost Undercity, it's like, oh God, do we really need any buffs? But I think they're buffing stuff relative to where the game is now, and it's just going to be OP all the time. Now, they are doing some things to try to combat this. They're giving you 1 skill point. They're giving you 1 skill point at the start, or 0. They're making the monsters harder.
You're my second most watched channel.
Kuno, Kilo, Camby. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Making the monsters more difficult. They're making you have to beat the capstones. They're making the monsters are getting not only increased attack speed, but they're also getting better affixes, da 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 da. So this is how they're building difficulty to combat this level of power that you get. And honestly, that's probably the best thing they can do right now with their resources and what they've been able to produce in the past. So I can't be too angry with it. Like they're trying, but we need all of these nerfs. And then once they have all this stuff fairly balanced, they need to crucify all of this and bring it down right here. But the problem with that is there's a lot of Diablo 4 players who really like the game right now who would hate me forever if I suggested this. They like it just like it is. They don't want to try. I shouldn't even say that. They want a relaxing game. They want to come home from work. They just want to play. And me suggesting them that they bring this down, I just don't think it's good for the game anymore, because a lot of the community who is still playing Diablo 4, they don't want this. And they get furious at me when I suggest it. And I've been suggesting it for 2 years. And I don't think it's ever going to happen anyway. So I think I'm just going to stop asking for it and just take what we have and take what it is. So I'm one of those. Yeah. So I'm just going to stop asking for it. I don't want to ruin D4 for the people who like D4 as it is. I don't want to. So it's okay. Just leave it. Just leave it as it is. Yeah. I mean, that's the way that I interpret it. Okay, I'm looking for the Diablo stream here. I'm really, really over being negative, and I'm definitely over just asking them to change the entire game to what I want it to be. They're going in a different direction, and that's fine. I'm at peace with it. I'm not gonna be mad about it anymore. It's fine. Retro, thank you so much for the sub. Why couldn't they make 16 different torment levels and make the items scale in each difficulty? Oh, there's a famous Chinese proverb. It says, "Beware what you wish for." We might be getting that. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, this is the loudest. This is the loudest that I can make it. I cannot make it louder. So when it starts, I do not hopefully this volume is fine because I cannot increase it. I have it maxed on my audio interface, maxed on Twitch, and that's all I can do. Yeah. Hurtless, thanks for the prime, man. They moved the date to the 11th? Wait, where? Wait, really? They did? You guys have, can you link me the patch notes again? Sorry, can you link them to me again? Wait, they did? They put it one day before POE2? December 11th? 11th? They just want to put on the boxing gloves and brawl, or what? Wasn't it going to come out on the 9th? Maybe they wanted to go after the Game Awards. Either they wanted to go after the Game Awards, or they want to brawl with POE2. All right. Well. Huh. We're getting closer to POE2. What is that noise that keeps happening? That's like the noise for like bits or something. There's a trailer out. It was already published 50 minutes ago. I swear to God, if this is a Rickroll. All right, I'm blindly clicking this, guys. How's the volume? Volume fine? How's the volume? It's too loud? Turn it down 10%. Okay, how's that?
The night is always darkest before the dawn, Wanderer. And I, Hadriel, will guide you to the light. For perhaps the first time, Asmodan speaks the truth. Heaven has abandoned you. But I have not. You the tools and the holy spark to ignite the crucible of justice.
Those wings actually do look pretty sick.
But fear not, Wanderer. A new day is coming. And you will be the dawn.
Yeah, it is December 11th. So, let me ask something. I mean, we got time. Well, when you guys look, if we turn off the volume here, when you look at the cinematic, like the way that I view it is, I think Blizzard has been like pound for pound king of cinematics for like 20 or 30 years. But when I watch this trailer, I feel like in a lot of places, just the actual gameplay looks better than the trailer. Like that, to me, looks better than the trailer. Isn't the whole point of a trailer to make the trailer part look even better than the gameplay? Like, I guess that looks pretty cool. This is really cool. Okay, so that's a really cool part. But a lot of it seems, yeah, as you guys are saying, it almost seems like a mobile game trailer. Like this part, like that to me looks so bad. Like, I don't know. All right, I'm going to turn off the notifications. Oh, by the way, I'm going to do something smart. This is the first time I've ever remembered to do this. Let me see here. Where's the volume? I'm going to turn the volume here max. I'm going to mute the notifications. So I'm muting that. So that shouldn't happen anymore. And I'm going to run ads right now so you don't get ads during the presentation. Yes. I gotta figure out how to run ads here. So otherwise, how do I even do this? Let me run them now, so you don't get them. A second here. Stream manager. Run a 3-minute ad. All right, there you go. That's the max ad I can run. Can you guys still hear Peter Griffin laughing or no? You want the ads? The ads are better than the presentation? Okay, you don't hear it? Okay, I muted it for you guys. Balls. Yilmaz. Thanks for the primes, guys. Will we get the expansion at the Game Awards? Oh my god, I haven't even thought of that. Can you imagine? That would be the only way that I think D4 could actually like brawl with POE2 if they released the imagine they release the expansion for free after the Game Awards on the 11th. Imagine the expansion is just free. Like I don't think they're going to do that, but let's just say that they did. Yeah, I know. I don't think it's going to be free. I don't think it's going to happen. But let's just say they did. The expansion is free after the Game Awards. Everyone can download it. Now. You can just play right now. New class, whole new saga, bunch of other shit. Let's just say it happened. Then maybe they could take a bite out of the PoE thing. Maybe they'd get a bite. Blizzard doesn't know what free means. Let me get my notepad out here. My signature notepad. All right, here we go. Here we go. 13 months, Timberwolves. Thank you, my dude. Demigod, Lucifer. Thanks for the subs, guys. Guys, I already know people are going to be raging about it. So, beforehand, my hand to whatever deity you believe in. No, I did not increase my ads. No, I did not turn my ads up for this thing. But Twitch is going to ass blast you with ads anyway. I even ran ads before it started. So when the ads inevitably come in the middle of the presentation, I don't want to hear any of your bitching because my ads aren't even turned high at all. So if Twitch wants to ass blast you, I'm sorry. My ads are not high. I did not turn them up. And I ran ads right now before it started. I have done everything that I can do. So I hope you don't get any ads, but I'm sure you'll get a million of them because Twitch wants to blast you for Christmas. Letter Zero gifted 5 subs. He's going straight to heaven. Thank you, Letter Zero. People on YouTube are spamming that they should be watching on YouTube. Yeah, I think YouTube gets way less ads. User Primes, boys. Guys, even if you don't like me, remember, if you use your Prime on me or anybody else, remember that you're pissing off Jeff Bezos. So even if you don't like us, if you use it, at least you're pissing off Bezos. That's $2 out of his yacht fund every time. Every click. Pickles, Excalibur, Mala, Psychotic. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Let Rax eat. You guys don't owe me anything. You guys don't have to sub to me. You guys don't have to sub to me at all. You guys have given me more than enough in allowing me to be a streamer. You owe me absolutely nothing. Nothing. In fact, instead of subbing to me, buy Twitch Turbo so you get no ads anywhere. That would be better. It's better for you. Instead of subbing at me, buy Twitch Turbo.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our latest developer update stream.
This is the loudest I can have it.
Everything coming with Season of Divine Intervention.
I do love those sweaters. I do love that.
Around 8:30 p.m.
Okay, I like those sweaters.
Today, I'm joined by some very familiar faces, some new ones, but some familiar ones, to take you through everyone here. First off, you've got Miss Aislinn Hall. Welcome back to the stream.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm Aislinn. I typically work on seasons. I'm on the final design team as a systems designer.
I have it as loud as possible.
I am the lead encounter designer, and I'm also the seasons lead for Season of Divine Intervention.
That's as loud as I can make it. I don't think I can make it louder.
Hi, I'm Charles Dunn. I'm a class designer working on the final design team.
Hello, I'm Zaban Hartunian.
I'll turn my voice down.
On Diablo 4.
My voice is going way down.
We have cut the AC in here, and there's a lot of us, so it is going to get steamy. I think
I'm
Owen
way
and I will
quieter
be
now.
regretting our holiday sweater choices pretty soon. But yeah, for all of you watching at
Their
home, we do
stream
have a
is very
Twitch drop
low.
for this stream. Be sure to link your account and watch any eligible channel, and you'll get the Unhilted Striker one-handed sword cosmetic. So you can watch for 30 minutes. It should be live by now. So yeah, check it out in any eligible channel. So we've got a ton to cover for this stream for Season of Divine Intervention. We had the PTR back in October, which feels like ages ago, but we got a ton of feedback.
Let me see if I can turn it up
Thank you all
somehow.
for jumping in. Right now, we're just about to wrap up Season of Infernal Chaos. If you haven't
Install
gotten
the
Pandora
volume
from the season
boost
journey, be sure to
extension.
complete those objectives. Throughout the stream, we're going to get into PTR learning, as we're going to look at the changes
Volume
coming with,
boost.
masterworking and itemization. And then towards the end of the stream, we are going to jump into Q&A. So get your questions ready. We will have members of the community team grabbing those throughout the stream, and then right at the end, we will jump into Q&A. But before we do that, we do have an excellent asset prep for you guys we can check out that goes through everything coming with Season of Divine Intervention. So we'll take a look.
I'm going to try to... We already watched this. Let me try to boost the volume for a second, guys.
Excuse me.
Jesus. Let me figure out how to boost the volume.
Welcome, everyone, to our Season of Divine Intervention Developer Update. I'm Art Peshkov, and today I'm excited to share some updates coming to Diablo 4. Let's dive right in, starting with itemization. Tempering and
I'm gonna
masterworking
turn it
are
up
getting
here.
a
Here we
big
go.
overhaul. We've refocused these systems on what matters most: customization and prestige. From now on, there will be no more random rolls.
I'm switching it. I'm going to turn on volume booster. Let's see how loud this is.
Affix. While items can now only have one tempered affix as opposed to two, we're increasing the number of base affixes found on non-unique items
that
from
any
3
better?
to 4. Lastly, tempering charges can be restored indefinitely.
Is that better?
Masterworking now improves the overall quality of your item, giving a direct bonus to its affixes as well as base damage, armor, or resistance. You can masterwork your items up to a maximum quality threshold of 25. And here's the best part. Once you hit that max quality, you get one final roll for a capstone bonus. This capstone bonus masterworks an affix, which boosts its value by 50%. This boost stacks with the greater affix bonus and the effects of quality. You'll be able to re-roll that masterworked affix without losing your hard-earned masterworking quality. These changes are designed to give you more control, more excitement, and more opportunities to build your perfect
I turned
character.
myself back up, my microphone. I'll leave it here, like this. If it's too loud, turn
In
it
an
down.
effort to better equalize effective health across classes and builds, we're making several changes to the way effective health interacts with damage reduction and how those individual stats are calculated. Our goal is to streamline player defenses while properly testing them as you climb through difficulty tiers, putting more emphasis on gearing your builds towards survivability. Potions are now more impactful and tactical than ever. First up, your base potion capacity is now set to 4, no matter your previous renown progress. Everyone starts with 4 potions. And here's the real game changer. Potion healing is now instant and percentage based. Whenever you use a potion, you'll heal for 35% of your total health immediately. But that's not all. In addition to the potions you pick up, you'll slowly regenerate a potion every 30 seconds. So even in the heat of battle, you'll have a steady supply coming your way. To balance things out, we're bringing back life on hit as a potential affix. We've also boosted the values for life regeneration, life on kill, and healing percent. These stats are now easier to find and more powerful than before. And finally, healing potion upgrades are gone. Since potions now heal a portion of your overall health, upgrades just aren't needed. These changes are designed to make every potion use count, giving you more ways to stay alive and thrive in Sanctuary. To work in tandem with the updates to healing and potions, Fortify is shifting from a type of damage reduction to something much more dynamic. An additional reservoir of life that's drained to heal you over time. Here's how it works. Whenever you gain Fortify, it will now stack up to your maximum life. And when you're below your maximum life, you'll heal for a percentage of your maximum life per second, in exchange for an equal amount of Fortify. This redesign is all about giving you more ways to survive the tough battles and strategize your defenses as you climb through the difficulty tiers.
Get ready to fight tougher, smarter elites as you fight your way through Sanctuary. Monsters will now react and adapt to combat, driven by their expressed desire to end your life. Each monster has its own clear role and identity when fighting, so you'll notice their behavior is no longer predictable. They'll be more dynamic in how they respond to you in battle. Expect your defenses to be tested. These intelligent packs will deal damage more regularly, and you'll need to stay sharp. Monster affixes are now more powerful, making them a priority to deal with before moving on to other enemies. Monster packs will also group up less, making them harder to take out in one fell swoop. Their tactics have improved, and so yours should too. And for those seeking a challenge, Champion Enemy Rarity has been reworked to form Champion Packs. Get ready to face a whole new level of challenge in Sanctuary. First up, we've added over 20 new monster affixes for you to learn and conquer. That means every elite encounter will feel fresh and challenging. But that's not all. Elites now spawn with minions that inherit some of their affixes, making each battle even more dynamic and unpredictable. We've also taken a close look at enemy affixes overall, making them more engaging, reducing overlap in their design, and improving visual clarity so you can better strategize in the heat of combat. In the seasonal realm, hellish activities are now under siege by the baleful lesser evils, each bringing their own brand of malice. Duriel dominates Helltide. Belial rules the Pit. And Dariel commands the Kurast Undercity. Meanwhile, Azmodan stalks across Sanctuary, appearing as the first new world boss in multiple locations. But that's not all. Just south of Zarbinzet, you'll find 3 summoning altars, where Azmodan can be called forth at will. Each altar invokes Azmodan with powers borrowed from one of the other 3 lesser evils.
Powers.
And as you battle these enemies, defeating them with their respective purified or corrupted gifts will grant you divine favor. This divine favor levels up your divine gifts and helps you progress through the seasonal reputation board. This season, the Angel Hadriel has returned to Sanctuary, bringing rare boons to aid you in the fight against the newly returned lesser evils. Hadriel shares a fraction of the power of the high heavens, and these blessings manifest as divine gifts, offering you both great rewards and exciting opportunities. Each divine gift has 3 components: a reward, a corrupted gift, and a purified gift. Within your inventory's divine gifts panel, you can slot these gifts in 2 ways. Place them in the interior slot to activate the purified gift. Place them in the exterior slot to activate the corrupted gift. When slotted, your divine gift will trigger its reward bonus, increasing the benefits for that specific gift. Corrupted gifts make related activities more challenging, but still grant the reward bonus. Purified gifts, on the other hand, remove the negative effect, add a positive effect, and double the reward gained. Corrupted gift slots are unlocked automatically. To unlock purified gift slots, progress through the seasonal reputation board.
Sanctification is your chance to channel the power of the angels and infuse it directly into your items. When you sanctify an item, here's what can happen. Your item gains bonus quality. Replace an existing affix with a random sanctified affix. An existing affix could be upgraded into a powerful greater affix. Add a bonus affix from a special pool of sanctified affixes. Gain a bonus legendary power. Once you sanctify an item, it becomes unmodifiable. That's the final step in your item's journey, so make it count.
We're introducing Season Rank as an update to our previous player progression system, Season Journey. This update introduces a change to how players progress through seasons, with a slew of new challenges ahead. Let's talk first about tiers. Each tier now requires you to complete a challenge, usually a capstone dungeon, before you can move up to the next rank. If you're up for it, you don't have to wait for the recommended level or difficulty. This means you can now enter Torment before max level, if you can beat max level challenges early. So, if you're feeling brave, you can take on these capstone dungeons early and push your limits. Some of the notable rewards, alongside skill points and Paragon points, will be gaining access to Pit and Tower after beating Capstone 2, gaining access to Seasonal Laurels at rank 3, receiving the Seasonal Pet after Capstone 5, access to Gilded Laurels at rank 7. Let's talk about Capstone Dungeons, because they're back and ready to test your progress as you climb through the difficulty tiers. These dungeons are designed to challenge you at every step of your journey. And here's something important to remember. Even though each Capstone dungeon lists a suggested level, their difficulty doesn't scale with your current level. So plan your approach carefully. Here's a look into the journey ahead.
I tried doing these capstones on the PTR, extremely underleveled and extremely undergeared, and it was very difficult, which is good. Like, I went at level 22 with like blues in the 30 capstone. It took me I beat it, but it took me an hour to beat it. It's almost
Within the
impossible.
seasonal realm, you can earn additional benefits tied to your player progress through the new season rank system. Completing various challenges within each rank will unlock specific benefits. And when you finish an entire rank, you'll earn powerful bonuses. Season rank rewards additional skill points at ranks 1 through 3, and Paragon points at ranks 3 through 6. With these changes, your renown will only stand permanently in the Eternal Realm. And don't forget, the potion capacity changes also affect the Eternal Realm. And for those exploring Sanctuary, Altars of Lilith and Tenets of Akarat will continue to grant some experience and minor rewards, but not permanent stats or power.
And now for our class updates. A fan-favorite Chaos perk for Sorceress from the Season of Infernal Chaos, Mana Shield, has inspired a redesign to the mythic unique Melted Heart of Selig. Now, all classes will be able to access a massively increased resource pool that also functions as your life total. Sorceress's new unique weapon, Orsavane, grants you great power, but only if you build your character like a glass cannon and avoid using defensive skills. For each defensive skill you are not using, you gain increased damage and access to its associated enchantment effect. What is better than one golem? How about 3 slightly smaller golems instead? Necromancer's new unique mace, Gravebloom, grows your golem army.
Okay, those golems
and should
actually
one
look
golem
pretty
fall,
cool.
it comes back even faster. Whether using Gravebloom or not, casting your golem's active skill will now command your other minions to focus their attacks on your new target.
60% normal damage and 30%
This season,
attack
rogues
speed?
are doing a Dance of Death,
That's just like
or
tripling
rather,
your
a
damage.
Dance of Knives with Death's Pavane. These unique pants cause your Dance of Knives to drop knives from enemies hit, and picking them up further empowers your Dance of Knives. Additionally, Shadow Clone's targeting logic has been updated, and will now target the same enemy that you initially targeted with your skill.
Thank
This
God.
dramatically improves Shadow Clone's consistency when using skills that require precise aiming,
I'll
like
take
Penetrating
minion
Shot
AI.
and Rapid Fire.
Any day of the week.
Druid's new unique boots, Kamson Stepwalkers, is one of the most potent mobility items in the game. Build up charge with your nature magic skills, and at max stacks, you gain the maximum possible movement speed and unhindered, and you immobilize enemies you pass through.
Wow,
With the rework to the Bad Omen passive, you will also be constantly zapping all the enemies along the way.
Wow, they went from slowest to fastest?
Barbarians love a good brawl, but Chain Scourged Mail changes everything you know about brawling. Casting a brawling skill will disable it afterwards, and once you have cast every brawling skill on your bar, they are all re-enabled with their cooldowns refreshed. The more skills you chain together in your brawling combo, the bigger the damage boost. Spiritborn are always on the move, and with Path of the Emissary, the more you move, the more you attack. These unique boots constantly unleash core skills from your primary Spirit Hall as you traverse the battlefield. Want to do even more damage while moving? Rushing Claw has received a massive buff as well. Combine these to absolutely shred the monsters of Sanctuary.
A new challenge is coming to Sanctuary, one designed to test the mettle of the most battle-hardened warriors. Introducing the Tower. This is a multi-stage, timed dungeon built for the elite. While the pit pushes you to your limits in the depths, the Tower rises to match you against others who think themselves worthy. We're launching the Tower as a brand new game mode, and this is just the beginning. We plan to update the Tower through multiple seasons, and your feedback will help shape its future. The Tower was built with our new monster combat changes in mind. You'll need to master the latest enemy tactics to gain the upper hand and climb to the top. You'll unlock the Tower through the obelisk in Karagar. Here's how it works. Fight through multiple floors, each with randomized layouts and monster families. Progress by defeating monsters and collecting orbs. The tougher the monster, the higher their value. During your run, pylons appear as you make progress. You're guaranteed to see 4 pylons in every tower run. The first 3 will appear in a random order, but you'll always get each option at least once. The 4th pylon will be a random repeat of one of the previous 3. Orbs drop from elites, champions, and goblins, so keep an eye out for those high-value targets. With the arrival of the Tower, leaderboards are making their triumphant return to Diablo 4. This is where the best of the best will compete for the top spot. After your Tower run, you'll see the Tower tier you completed and your final time. There will be separate leaderboards for hardcore and normal modes, so everyone has a chance to shine. We have big plans for leaderboards. For now, we're focused on introducing the core functionality, collecting feedback, and planning ahead for future updates. Tower and leaderboards will be enabled later in the season, so stay tuned for updates through our upcoming blogs and notes. These are just a few of the exciting updates coming in the season of Divine Intervention. See you all in Sanctuary.
Whew, okay, that was a lot. There's a ton coming this season. I didn't mention it earlier, but the patch notes for the upcoming season and the blog are now live. So for anything we chat about across the stream, you can go and check those out. Following the stream, we'll have a ton of additional information in there. But if you have any other questions, also don't forget, drop those in Twitch chat because we will be collecting them throughout the stream. But yeah, we got to talk about, we had our PTR back in October. We had a ton of feedback. We're all really excited to get into it. So Owen, I mean, the Lesser Evils are back. Hadriel's back. Yeah. Asmodan's here. He's back with all his piercings and whatnot. So
all the piercings.
All the piercings are back.
2 very specific piercings. Yeah. But no, yeah, we're super excited. The season of Divine Intervention, heaven and hell battling it out. It's really going to be great. So I want to talk a bit about sort of our PTR learnings and sort of what we've changed from PTR to what we're going to release. So there's a lot of little things that we changed, and I encourage you to read those patch notes. So I'll focus mainly on the things that people maybe want to hear the most or that they dislike the most. So going through the different Lesser Evil invasion activities, we'll start with the pit. So with Belial, some of you folks may have noticed that he likes to monologue, like Syndrome, if you incredible reference, sorry. And he'd have to give his whole death speech before you actually won the pit run. We fixed that. You kill Belial, you'll win the pit run immediately. We did some improvements on the eyeballs that you had to click in the pit. It's very difficult in the pit to click something specifically, especially on controller. So now if you just walk up to one of those eyeballs, it'll pop and you won't have to actually pixel hunt for that thing. We also got feedback on the Belial ambush things. He'll pop up and do an attack and he'll taunt you and say some stuff. But that did a knockback and was happening fairly often. We got some pretty strong feedback that maybe that was annoying. So we got rid of the feedback. We had him pop up less. But the pit is fresh. It's awesome. We really encourage you to check it out. We also did a ton of updates to the Undercity. But again, just to focus on the high-level ones of some specific pain points. We reduced the time stealing effects in the Undercity a lot. Indaria would show up and she would steal a lot of different time. Time with her different attacks. We reduced that a lot. Her Nightmare Dungeon affixes that we sort of imposed upon the Undercity, we reduced those as well, just to make it a little more engaging and less punishing for, we don't want to make it 10 times more difficult, but it's still really fresh, and Aislin's going to talk about all the awesome changes we made to things like loot for the Undercity and stuff like that. We fixed the bug where we weren't even dropping Undercity tributes, so those will show up and you can use those. I totally encourage you to check it out. And then there's this stupid quirk with the Andariel boss fight that we fixed in PTR where like she would be stuck in a phase transition until she played her whole animation. So we fixed that. If you bring her down past the life threshold, you can just nuke her. You're not gonna have to sit there and watch her.
She's dramatic.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's very dramatic. Yeah, the anguish for our player, right?
Yes.
We updated Helltide. Everybody loved that screen vignette effect. No, I'm just kidding. We took the screen vignette effect off. That was causing some motion sickness stuff. So if that was bothering you, that's gone now. You may have also noticed that the XP globes that maggots were dropping were a little overtuned in the fact that you could gain 40 levels in 2 minutes. So obviously we reduced that to make it more in line with the intended pace of the game. We added new Helltide commanders, a bunch of new enemies, so it'll feel even fresher than it was in PTR. So. And then lastly, we gave Duriel some more attacks. So if you don't pay attention, he will eat you and he will kill you. So have fun with that.
Nice.
And then the last event, that's Azmodan. So we got such great feedback on Azmodan, and people love seeing him back, and it's the first time that all 4 Lesser Evils are together in a Diablo game, like super exciting. And we didn't change too much about that. The only thing we changed was in the How Is Our Overland event. Well, first and foremost, you're not going to gain 40 levels anymore from killing a world boss. Obviously, yeah, it was missed a 0 or something at some point, but all world bosses will reward appropriate level of EXP. So. Yeah, sorry for your speed living strats, guides that have already been written. We also added resilience to that How Is Our event to prevent just one tapping when he would show up. So you'll get to experience the full world boss fight as you do with every other world boss event. And then we also updated the Lesser Evil influences. So if you're not familiar with the How Is Our event, you could interact with shrines from Andariel or Duriel and Belial, and that would affect the Azmodan boss fight. We updated those to be a lot clearer and a lot more obvious as to like what is happening from those and a lot more deadly. So it will matter which one you pick. So really excited to see sort of how you react to the new added twists on the Azmodan world boss. So the other part I want to talk about is Evolved Monster Combat. So we were just sort of blown away by the reception of Evolved Monster Combat. Folks really enjoyed the added challenge, the 20+ new affixes that we added. But again, there were some pain points, so we wanted to focus on 2 specific areas for improvement, and that is the spikiness as well as the visual clarity. So I'll talk about spikiness first. Spikiness in 2 ways. One, the damage. We looked across the board at all the different new affixes and identified any outliers that were dealing just too much damage or weren't obvious enough in terms of where they're going to hit, things like that, and just standardize that damage so you don't run into a tower run and you're like, well, that guy's got Crackling Soul, F this, I'm out, right? Like, no, so nothing will be exponentially more punishing than anything else. And we also looked at the spikiness of CC. We heard you loud and clear that maybe there was too much CC or you didn't, it was happening too often or you didn't see it coming. So we took a good hard look at all CC that was being applied by our elite affixes. We created some rules that bound how often it can show up or how long it will last and created standardization across the board. We also just reduced generally how often they appear. And we also focused a lot on the lower level player experience to make sure that from the get-go you're not getting smoked by all these new combat changes. And I'm sure some of the other folks will talk a little bit more about that. And then the last part is our visual clarity. There was a lot of feedback that maybe some of the things were harder to see what was happening, or they're getting killed from things they never saw. So we did a lot. We did a visual pass on all of our affixes. We even updated the visuals on elites and champions, so they had a little bit of an aura.
That
but now
might
they're going to
be
have like a blue and
that
yellow
might be
shimmer
the
to them.
only thing
So
Blizzard
stand out
beats
amongst the
grinding
packs.
your
We even
games
removed
on.
the overhead
I can
icons
see
to
what
try to
hits
reduce
me
that visual noise.
in
So now
Diablo
when,
4
an elite
usually.
with 5
That might be the
minions
only
show up,
thing
you're
they
not going
win
to have
on.
what's 4 times whatever I just said, 6, right? Yeah, 24 different little icons across the board. You'll still see it when you hover your mouse over it, so you'll know what affixes they have, but it'll just feel clearer and crisper, and it'll feel much better. So we're really excited. We appreciate all the feedback from PTR, and we think that combat is in the best spot it's ever been since D4's launch.
I actually remember the first time I got to go in and test Evolved Monster Combat. I didn't realize we were actually like making them have like the blue icons and like blue and yellow. And I remember seeing it and I was just like, this is awesome. Yeah. So I'm super excited for you guys to try it out. If you didn't try it on the PTR, it's gonna be great.
Yeah, and I think too, like with Season of Divine Intervention, there's so many times you're gonna be fighting Belial and Dariel. So like, I know there's a lot of feedback around speeding up those phases, so having those changes in so that now you can skip a few of those phases and just get those fights kind of done more quickly, especially because you're going to be running them so often. It's really nice to see. But yeah, for people, if you haven't played in a few seasons, jumping into this Evolved Monster Combat, it's going to feel really different. I know I heard a designer like a few days ago saying like, hey, we expect players to die. So keep your feedback coming because it should be challenging. But hopefully, yeah, we can strike that right balance. And speaking of players, if you haven't been around for a while, we've got some very exciting changes coming to itemization with this next season. Turns out tempering will no longer be random. You'll be able to select the temper that you want on your item. So Art, I mean, we got a lot of feedback from the PTR. We got changes to masterworking. We've got sanctification coming this season. It's a really exciting time for items.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you all for the feedback. It was really invaluable. We took some pretty big swings with the things that we tried to do in the season of Divine Intervention. And coming up like on the changes to tempering, really, we were really happy with the kind of how we reframe tempering. Now it's a deterministic way to kind of customize your item. What we noticed is that there was a lack of like excitement and emphasis. So one of the changes that we made in the PTR is that when you temper a ancestral item, you now have a chance for the tempered affix to crit and upgrade into a GA version of that affix, which is something that couldn't happen before, which is really, really cool. Kind of going down the line, for masterworking, we have two key changes that we wanted to make in the system. The first one is that quality wasn't quite doing a good enough job of kind of being the generally make your item better system. So now, in addition to increasing the base damage, armor, or resistance of your item, quality is also going to increase the affix values of your item. So generally, your numbers just go up when you quality an item. And we've also increased the threshold of quality to 25. So you'll be able to get a 25% boost to the base stat and the affixes on your item just by taking it through the quality phase of masterworking.
So at this point, quality more or less affects almost everything on an item.
Yeah, everything except for like the legendary power or unique power on the item.
Right.
And then the second big change that we wanted to make to masterworking is with the masterwork affix. We call it the capstone. We tried to streamline the system, but we kind of went too far, and there was a little bit too, we took out too much of the optimization and kind of like build expression from the system. So the masterwork affix, the capstone, it can once again stack with greater affixes. It's not mutually exclusive anymore. So you can like really target the specific affix that you want to boost and kind of hyper optimize that. For sanctification, thank you for we were blown away by the feedback. The thing that we noticed pretty consistently is that we just kind of undertuned it, right? Like it's a seasonal itemization feature. The amount of power that it needs to bring it has to be pretty high, and we were just a bit too conservative with where we landed. So we made a couple of changes to sanctification. The first one is that the indestructible outcome is just gone. It's been entirely replaced by a new outcome, and this new outcome adds bonus quality. So if this outcome happens, your item will get 5 to 25 quality added to it as a bonus. This stacks with the quality for masterworking. So there's that. Next up, change affix. This was one that we heard a lot of feedback on. So what we've done here is we've made it so that the change affix outcome can no longer occur on ancestral uniques or mythic unique items. So don't worry, your hypothetical Shaco with GA CDR that you were going to hit change affix on, and that can't happen anymore. So, and then lastly, we added some more stuff to the legendary pools in Sanctification. First off, there were some things just missing, like there were a bunch of offensive legendaries that were just missing. And second off, I don't want to spoil it, but I added some kind of crazy shit in there, so you guys can find it. And that's it. There's a couple other changes we made to base items to kind of go along with the revised item journey. We realized that players are going to be like going through the crafting flows and sanctifying and going through a lot more items. So we wanted to make it a little bit easier for you to get multi-GA items. So what we've done is we've increased the chance for you to get 2, 3, and 4 GA items when an ancestral item drops. Right? And then lastly, on the itemization space, we wanted to make it a little bit easier for people to hit like critical breakpoints with things like CDR. So we've added some of these affixes onto item slots that they weren't previously available before. That's it for the itemization stuff. One other important thing, kind of topic that I want to hit is toughness. We got a lot of great feedback on toughness, and kind of the thing that we want to make better with toughness is for you to understand like where you need to be at and what is actually happening with your defenses. So we made a couple of changes to really just provide you with more information. First and foremost is we added in toughness to the item comparison. So like when you're comparing 2 pieces of armor, it'll actually tell you like how much your toughness is going to change by percentage
I asked
amount.
them about that in my interview.
We added a bunch more information to the detailed stats pane for toughness. It'll tell you your effective DR per damage type and stuff like that now. And finally, in the difficulty selection screen, we added some minimum recommended toughness settings per torment tier. So you have like something to shoot for, an idea of where to shoot for, as you enter a new torment tier.
Hell yeah. Yeah, so a lot coming with itemization this season. I'm really excited for Sanctification. I feel like a lot of the feedback I was seeing was, even though it hasn't launched yet, is please don't take it out of the game. So not much we can do there, but definitely enjoy it for Season of Divine Intervention, that's for sure. But yeah, really exciting changes, and I'm pumped for the differences to tempering. That's going to be really, really, really nice heading into this next season. Yeah, I love it. Awesome. Okay. So next up, we do have some big changes coming to how we're going to move through the no longer season journey, now season rank. Aislinn.
Yes.
How are things changing next season?
Yeah, well, we have 3 broad topics in my section here that I'm going to be talking through. The first is actually just general economy and leveling changes. I want to touch on a few things, so please clap. There's going to be, you're going to be able to teleport directly to the training grounds now, so that's great, pretty awesome. And that's in addition to adding vendors to the training grounds that we did in PTR, so it's just a lot nicer quality of life. The second is that you're going to unlock all waypoints as long as you pick the appropriate campaign skip. So no more running around, you'll just be able to grab them immediately and zap wherever you want. And then the other economy and leveling thing we have is we took a big holistic look at Undercity rewards in general. So we found that they didn't feel like super focused when you went into the Undercity, and they also didn't feel like they were giving you appropriate loot at various points in the player journey. So we kind of just buffed the hell out of it. Like in general, like it's a lot better now. If you're low level and you go into the one that gives you experience, it will give you quite a bit more experience. Not 40 levels Maggot or Asmodan worth, but a good amount. And so I highly recommend you actually run your tributes. Like, they're super worth it now. They give you lots of great stuff. So go in there and try out the Undercity. It's going to be great. And, Dario's going to be in there, too.
Yeah, I would encourage really anybody who hasn't played Undercity or gave it a shot one time when Vessel of Hatred launched and haven't played it since. We've changed so much. I mean, talk about all those tributes. We even added new tributes for Dario specifically, and it's going to be way more rewarding. And just mechanically, it's been updated across the board. So if you haven't, and if you don't even know what it is, it's this really awesome time-based mode. I promise it's fun as hell, so definitely check it out.
Do it. But yeah, moving on to season ranks, the new feature we added in the PTR. So we straight up just added 12 more Paragon points to the game that you get from that. So yeah, that's a thing now. They're going to be distributed in large and small clusters throughout the season rank system. It's also available on Eternal Renown as well. And then we also found that we were getting a lot of feedback about like, oh, hey, the capstone rewards from actually beating a capstone dungeon don't actually feel significant enough for like how it feels like it should be. And so we increased the number of skill points you get from capstone dungeons from 1 to 2. So that's a bigger burst now. And the caches you get from them that give you loot are just like way better as well. So highly encourage you to go try out the capstones pretty much as soon as you're capable of doing it, because it's going to be a huge burst of power for your character.
Yeah, you really, really feel it in your progression if you do a capstone early.
Yes, it's a big burst. And then finally, we added all the cosmetic goodies to season ranks that were omitted from PTR. So there's going to be a lot of cool stuff in there, including laurels, which is a new thing in the season rank system. Nifty little laurel wreath that goes on your character's nameplate, so you can show off how good at the game you are. And there's also a golden laurel you can get from beating the last season rank, which is going to be pretty hard this season. It's going to take a lot to beat the last season rank. So for all those people that have been saying like, oh, I wish there was like more, the game was asking me to do more things because I want to play more Diablo, there are objectives that are asking you to do quite a few things now in the final rank. So there's a lot of content there. Yeah.
That's very exciting.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like with Season of Witchcraft, like seeing everyone flying around with Dorian, like seeing that extra kind of peacock, because now the pet of the year in the season will be rank 5. You beat rank 5.
Yes.
So now I feel like the laurel will be the new chase item to see. Once you're in town, see people walking around with their golden laurels. It'll be pretty cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
And I know like there was a lot of feedback in the PTR regarding how long it takes to defeat a capstone boss. Like I know you can go in, you can challenge the boss at any point. You feel powerful enough, but it's nice to hear that we have like kind of sped up that boss experience to make them a bit faster. Still very challenging, but you can complete them a bit more quickly. Very similar to like Indaro and Belial.
Yep. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. You're totally right, Marcus. We wanted to make sure that when you're going through capstones, it's fairly snappy, because it's going to be something that you're going to be doing, season over season. So we don't want you to feel like you're stuck in a capstone dungeon. So they're going to hit you harder, and really test your build and make sure that you're actually capable of beating them. But you're not going to be stuck in the fights and stuck in the dungeon for too long. We also kind of realized that optional objectives didn't exactly vibe with the concept of capstone dungeons too well. So now it's just it's just get to the end, do the thing, you're done, you get all your great stuff, and you're out of there. And we also did a pretty neat thematic pass on all the capstone dungeons. There's like not new tile sets, but like different tile sets in the capstones, and they really evoke the grim, the grim atmosphere of the Diablo franchise now. So pretty excited for you guys to check it all out. It's going to be great.
Yeah, with the return of capstones, it's something that we had previously in the game, and a lot of them were really iconic and exciting, things like the Cathedral of Light and stuff like that. So getting these to kind of be leveled up and be that same kind of tier of iconic place thematically is really cool, and I'm super excited for people to see it.
Yeah. And I love the feeling like when you go to challenge a capstone dungeon, you're like, okay, I'm shooting the moon here. Like, we're going to see if this works. Like, I might die. That's fine. But being able to do that at kind of any point and be like, okay, I'm going to roll the dice. We're going to gamble here and see how it works out. It's a fun feeling. I like doing that and dying far too much. So I'm pumped that they're coming back. It's great.
Me too. I love trying to see like how low level, like try to go in as low level as possible. So season over season, I will definitely be like, well, maybe I could do the first one at level 20, and I'll probably be wrong, but we'll see.
Just calling out from Twitch chat, Sare says, I want that sheep sweater. So we've got fans of the sweater in chat. Speaking of the sweaters, Owen, sweat levels, you starting to cut?
It's a little misty.
It's starting to brew. Nothing too bad, but
we're makeup people in here.
We all came in and we were like, oh, we're all wearing cute sweaters, and then we're like, oh my god, it's gonna get so hot in here.
It's gonna get There may or may not be some side bets in the production room as to when we start sweating. So
we're getting 3-on-3 right now.
So we're gonna have to cook on that. Unreal. Thank you for that, Aislinn.
Yeah, of course.
Now, Sir Charles, you're going to turn around a little bit here.
Yeah.
I feel like every season you've always got a ton of feedback to sift through. This PTR was no different. There was a lot of feedback around the Sork teleport changes that people seem to be extremely passionate about, amongst changes to a bunch of other classes. So curious what's changed from the PTR.
Definitely, I'll talk about that. The Sork teleport changes was probably one of the biggest points of feedback on class balance and class tuning that we got. Basically, we made some changes testing on PTR that made it a little harder for Sorks to really embrace that full teleport fantasy. And so we've looked at rechanging those around so that the you can use the Oculus unique to really unlock this teleport build now. So made some adjustments. We still want you to be able to build into it and build into this like repeated chain teleporting kind of build, but it's going to really be empowered by the Oculus unique. Also on the topic of Sorceress, in the previous season, in Season of Infernal Chaos, we had Chaos perks. And one of the most popular and kind of fan favorite ones there was the Mana Shield Chaos perk, which converted your mana pool as a Sorc into your health total. And so we said, hey, this has been really popular, really successful. Let's put it onto a mythic unique, the Melted Heart of Selig, which was already trying to do something similar. But now that we had this, this alternative version of it that we know was really successful, we decided to move it in there. On the PTR, we tested that out, and of course, there's some wrinkles with that. It goes from being a sorcerer-specific power on Season of Infernal Chaos to now everybody can get it with this mythic unique. And that caused a few problems, to put it lightly. Basically, there's a lot of effects in the game that say, you know, do something for every point of resource you have, or some modification there. And essentially, this would give you thousands and thousands of your resource, whether it be mana or fury or whatever per class. And that was problematic. So on a lot of the cases, we had to implement caps on them. Say, okay, this bonus only affects up to a certain amount of resource. And we have, players did not like that. You guys did not like those caps. They were kind of shoehorned in a lot of different places, really just to make this one unique work. And also we missed a few of them on the PTR. Oops. So some things were a little bit overpowered there. So instead, post PTR, we looked at the Melted Heart of Selig and retuned it a little bit. We still wanted to keep that fantasy of my resource goes up and my resource is my life total now. But we didn't want you to have literally tens of thousands of resource. So instead, it's going to simply double your resource pool. Still a lot of bonus. And then the damage that you're taking is going to be converted at a ratio down to your resource. So it's not going to be a straight one-to-one like it was previously, because that's why we needed to give you tens of thousands to kind of make it equivalent to your health pool. Now it'll convert at a ratio. You'll still be very tanky. It'll still convert the damage to your resource as your life total, but it won't be breaking so many other aspects of the game. And of course, we've then removed all of those caps that we had implemented on the PTR across various legendaries and effects across every other class.
As a Sorc main, I'm super excited, Oculus, to have teleport.
Yeah.
But also for everyone else who doesn't play Sorc, they get to experience some of the cool stuff that we had in last season with the Melted Heart. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Yeah, I feel like you're telling me that if Melted Heart of Selig drops, I should be excited now.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more powerful than it was in previous seasons. It's still going to be a very tanky item, and you can still unlock some interesting synergies and interactions with that double-sized mana pool because all those effects are uncapped. They were on PTR, they were capped, so now they're all uncapped. So it's still going to be a very powerful unique.
Oh yeah, dude.
Sort of speaking about the Chaos perks and Chaos armor from the previous season, we've definitely heard the feedback, and I felt it myself. Some builds definitely felt like they were kind of lacking because they really relied on some of those perks or armor in the past. I played a whole lot of Spiritborn last season, and I loved having both Rod of Kapaleke and Sepizantek, something you can't really do. Won't be able to do moving forward. I love breaking the game that way. And I think everyone here on the team has heard that feedback, and we really like the way that those systems interacted to kind of allow you to play new and interesting builds. We're going to be taking that feedback and looking for ways to reintegrate these types of effects and these like design learnings around the Chaos perks and Chaos armor into future updates. And so, one example was that Melted Heart of Selig update, and we're going to continue to do that moving forward.
I think that's one of the fun reminders of like why seasons can be so fun is that we can do these we can do some crazy shit and see what sticks and see what's fun. So it is really cool that like Chaos armor did resound so well with players and that it made a ton of fun different build combinations. So and neat that we're looking at it into the future and it's a really cool spot.
Real quick, I also want to chime in of some other learnings from season 12. Season of Infernal Chaos. There we go. It was 10 anyway.
Season 10.
Right, yeah.
Numbers.
What do they mean? Yeah. One of the great things about the Season of Infernal Chaos was there were all these uniques that Charles was talking about. There was multiple avenues to collect those different uniques, and that's something that we wanted to carry through. We found that players didn't always enjoy just sitting in the boss layer, the layer boss game mode and just slaughtering Duriel on loop for 4 hours straight. So we carried that feedback into the Season of Divine Intervention, and we have a lot of different routes to collect these awesome mythics and uniques. And for example, if maybe I really want a unique that only Andariel when the lair boss drops, well, you can go into Undercity and kill Andariel, and she might drop it. And then if she doesn't, she'll drop a Corrupted Essence that you could then pick up and take to the Hawazar Overland event. And if you defeat Azmodan there, you can get another shot by cashing that in. So we want to allow players to sort of choose their own path to the loot that they're looking for. So we're not sort of locking you in any specific activity. And you want those cool uniques, go run the pit and get a bunch of Corrupted Essences from Belial, and Belial's loot pool is everything from the layer bosses, so you can get it that way, right? And it's really up to you to play the game the way you want to play.
Yeah, it's so nice having that variety too, because like we've all been there where you start hitting the same boss over and over and over, and then you just start getting burnt out because you're like, God damn it, Duriel, come on. Like I know, you know what I want. You got to drop it. So having a few different avenues that just kind of keep it fresh and have some different ways to get those uniques is nice. Variety is the spice of life after all.
Indeed.
What else? Oh, please drop your questions in Twitch chat. I'm just going to keep reminding people throughout the stream. We are collecting your questions. Do drop those. And I know, like for Charles too, like he did touch on like definitely the highlights of the class balance changes that we got from PTR. But please do scan through the patch notes. They are 11,000 words, so they won't be hitting in all localizations immediately. We'll have them eventually, but the blog is out in all languages. So for any other nitty-gritty details, you can definitely go check those out there. Another thing we did take a big look at in the PTR this past season was the tower and leaderboards. It was really, really cool to see the arrival of leaderboards in Diablo 4. The tower was a really great experience where players could jump in. We had the chance to get a lot of feedback, do a lot of testing. Zavin, I know you were very busy with all the feedback you had from the players, and tell us a little bit about that.
So yeah, just 11,000 words. That's just for all this other stuff. It's thank you to everyone who's been playing the PTR. For people who didn't check it out, the tower and the leaderboard kind of feature is in the game in the beta format. It's something we haven't really done in the past, but the intention is this is a feature that we want to build with the community. We really want your feedback. It's something that we're committing to developing over a long period of time to put in the effort, to put in the work, but also make sure that it's being done in a very responsible way that is actually doing its job, highlighting the most masterful players of Diablo that we have. It's actually one of our pillars is total Diablo 4 mastery. That is what this mode should be highlighting. So it's not just, kind of the tank and spank kind of stuff that we've seen in the pit historically. We want to add as much depth to the players' decision making here as possible. And some of it is going to be a bit nuanced, and we anticipate it's going to be coming up more and more over time. But it kind of starts with this very stable starting point that we're trying to build with the tower. So again, thank you everyone for checking it out on the PTR. It will not be launching with the Season of Divine Intervention, however. The tower will remain locked. It will be coming back in the new year with patch 252. This is actually kind of just to make sure that we have some stability with the season launch, and then when the tower shows up, it's online and people are kind of ready to tackle it. But I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about some of the learnings that we've got. This is still a beta, and we haven't really developed a feature like this openly with the community with as much transparency as we're intending to have, I think, ever. So this is going to be a little bit of a different way that we're going to be talking about this, and we're going to be having a lot more kind of information dropping and discussions with the community over time. So look forward to that. But I kind of wanted to also take a little bit of time and just say, we know that the version that we have is kind of rough. That was the intention. We wanted to get eyes on it right away. We wanted to make sure that the version that we're committing to is the one that's right for the game, it's right for the community. So there's a couple big ticket kind of topics that we've seen, and I want to address a few of them. So one is fishing. If anyone ever played Greater Rifts in Diablo 3, yeah, it's a concept that kind of took over that mode a little bit, and it was really hard for us to battle. And I'll be honest, it's very easy for us to kind of turn off the capability to fish entirely. It's, we just put a lever penalty or something on it, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to get ourselves into a position or get the tower into a position where you are having to play and finish a bad run, right? You messed up, you hit the wrong button, something hit you when you didn't want it to, whatever it is. We don't want you to feel compelled or required to have to finish the run. So we want to do everything we can to preserve your ability to say, you know what, no, that run's not going well for me. I don't want to finish this. So instead, the kind of idea is we want to remove as much of the severe outliers from the tower as possible. Owen talked a little bit, I think, right, about some of the stuff we were doing on the elite affixes side, but this is something we're looking at for everything. So, there's a couple bosses that were, misbehaving that we're looking at. They'll be taken away and spoken to. And someday they'll come back when they're doing better. But it's also kind of on the environmental side, right? Like the game has a ton of environments, a bunch of tile sets as we call them. And some of them are more conducive to kind of the blaster play and the kind of competitive mode play than others. So we tried a bunch of them out kind of intentionally. And one of them that we tried out was our cave, just the old reliable standard cave. Yeah, caves suck. They're terrible for this. So they're out. They're out. They're not coming back until we actually solve the underlying issues with how do you make this, because they look beautiful. The art is amazing. Our art teams did a fantastic job, but they're not the right thing for this. So we want to aim at consistency and make sure that the mode is fun and exciting and competitive over just cramming visual variety in it just for its own sake. So some of that stuff we're anticipating is going to help solve the fishing problem. But it's not going to be something we're going to solve in a day. We know it's going to take time, and we're committed to doing the work necessary to get it to that healthy place. So one of the other things is, when we say like total Diablo 4 mastery, it's not just your preparation, getting your gear, your build in order, getting your tempers and stuff like that. It's not just that. It's also kind of the as you play. And a big part of Diablo 4 is you don't actually know exactly what's going to happen at all times. There's a huge degree of randomness and RNG that the best players can just deal with, no matter what. No matter what the game throws at them, they can deal with it. So we want to preserve that as much as possible. And there's other things like navigation in the environment and things like that that are other facets of skill expression for the player. So all this comes down to something as simple as progress orbs. So as you're playing through the tower and you kill elites, or if you're lucky enough to find a goblin, they'll drop orbs as you murder them. And those orbs will drop on the floor, and you need to go and pick them up. And a big part of this is when it drops, your ability to navigate to that space, not get hit by whatever thing the elites are throwing at you or whatever, is again another facet of skill expression in the game. But we do recognize that in some cases, you kill a guy and he drops the orb 7 miles the other direction going backwards, and it just sucks. So there are things that we're trying to do to have them drop a little smarter, to have them drop kind of towards the flow of play and towards the player who did the killing blow. So they still have to pick it up. They still have to deal with kind of the navigation of the world and all the hazards and stuff that are in play from the elites and stuff like that. But it's not like, oh, I have to backtrack in this dungeon to pick up the orb. This is something we can fine tune. We intend to fine tune as time goes on. But again, it's little things like that we want to make sure we're listening to you guys, that we are building this mode in service to you guys to have that awesome competitive environment. Which is kind of the last big topic, I guess, is a lot of people noticed, hey, this thing's really similar to the pit. And it's like, yeah, it totally is. And so one of the other kind of pillars that we've got is what we've called only in Diablo 4. So both modes share a lot of DNA with rifts and greater rifts from Diablo 3. And so they're very similar right now. But one of the reasons for that is the pit has been kind of a surrogate competitive mode because we haven't had something like the tower. So going forward, what we're actually looking to do is not just differentiate the pit, from the tower from where the pit is at, but also the pit as well. Both modes we feel
I'll have a
need
summary
to
in a
kind of
second,
move
guys.
away from where
I'll
they
share my
are
thoughts.
to be the best versions of themselves. Players deserve to have a really awesome end game grinding mode like the pit, and they deserve to have a really awesome, stable, competitive mode like the tower. And there should be no compromise over which one wins if we're making one mode, right? So fuck it, let's make two. And we'll make one for the people who want to do leaderboard climbing, and we'll make one for the people that want to be grinding the end game. And both modes could be the best version of themselves, but that's going to take time, right? And so Tower is going to start very similar because it's starting at the same foundation, and over time it'll kind of change, it'll morph, it'll be its own thing, and the pit will suddenly have all this space that's freed up to occupy. It doesn't have to be kind of this pseudo competitive mode anymore. It can just be whatever it needs to be. It can be as crazy as we want. So exciting. I'm excited. Look forward to more information on that again in the new year. And I hope to see everyone on the leaderboards with 252.
Hell yeah. And other thing to note for the people at home, you will not see patch notes for the tower, although we did make a huge suite of changes following feedback from the PTR, so expect that for patch 252, where we'll give you more updates related to some feedback we got around like pylons and things of that nature. Boss health. Yeah. So no, Zavin, that's fantastic. I know, we got so much feedback related to how much the pit and the tower do feel very similar. But for the people at home too, check out the blog because we do have a bit of an outline of how we are going to develop this. It's going to be in different stages, so your feedback will be critical as we develop this in tandem with you, just like Zavin said. So please keep giving us your feedback because this will help shape the mode to make something that's competitive and challenging and exciting, and something that you'll enjoy for a long, long time, which is awesome. So I hope you've been dropping your questions in chat because we will be heading over to Q&A. So I know we do there's a few burning questions that I feel like are on the top of everyone's mind, and we are going to kick it off with one question that we've definitely seen throughout, and that is, will
December
Chaos
11th?
Armor be coming back?
No, I want to know why you're going on December 11th.
Everyone else can feel free to join in as well, right? I mean, Season of Infernal Chaos was definitely one of our most successful seasons in terms of seasonal theme. Chaos Armor, people loved Chaos Armor. Everyone did. Players, devs, everyone loved Chaos Armor. And the Chaos perks as well. They really enabled a lot of interesting builds kind of taken together. And we're definitely committed to taking those learnings and applying them as we make future updates. I mean, I was talking earlier about the Melted Heart of Selig and how that was inspired by the Mana Shield Chaos perk. And I think everyone on the team here is really passionate about saying, hey, Chaos Armor was a resounding success. Let's take those learnings and apply them to our future updates. Right? We have seasonal itemization, with Sanctification, as Art discussed here. And that's our itemization system for the season here of Season of Divine Intervention. And it's definitely, we're looking at the lessons learned from Chaos Armor and thinking about where is the best way to bring back that build crafting, that variety, that chase. How do we best bring that back? Because just saying, oh, Chaos Armor just is now permanently part of the game comes with its own set of problems. And we want to make sure that we take the time to take the best parts of it and incorporate it in the game the right way.
Yeah. Chaos Armor was definitely designed as a seasonal mechanic, the first, right? It was very powerful, and intentionally so, because we knew that it was going to be going away after the season was over. So totally agree, Charles, in the sense that if we just were oh, actually it's staying, there would be big problems. And I think we'd all find, oh wait, this isn't just sunshine and rainbows. So there are definitely a lot of really amazing things about it. And Charles, that you were saying, we all really love it here. Mm-hmm. So I think you'll see its DNA in the future.
Yeah, Chaos Armor was chaos for sure, and yeah, it definitely meant to be a flash in the pan and not something you'd have to, tune around for seasons and seasons to come. So
yeah, I think Class Team would hate us if we did that.
Sorry, Merry Christmas. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, so jumping into some questions from Twitch chat. First up, we've got Mippy. The patch notes say that base monster health is being increased. Does this also mean pit bosses?
Yeah, I can take that. No. Pit boss health is going to remain the same. They operate on different scalars, so it's referring to monsters, just regular monsters, not even elites or champions. They operate on their own thing. So no, pit boss health will be the same as it always been.
Regular monsters, as in just like non-elites, non-bosses, just the little babies.
The trash that y'all mow down.
Yeah.
The trash packs.
Did they give it a definitive answer to whether chaos powers are actually coming back? Did they give a yes or a no?
Does it yield any loot though, or just leaderboard focus mode? I believe this is in reference to the tower.
Yeah. So, sorry, what was the name?
The name was Never Justice.
Never Justice. All right. Thank you, Never Justice. when it launches with 2.5.2, there's not going to be a reward layer or anything like that. Part of this is making sure that if we're going to attach cool stuff to this mode, it better be stable. The community needs to accept it. They need to look at it and say, like, that is a competitive mode that has integrity, that has competitive integrity. And we just want to be really mindful that, again, this is something new that we're doing. We're launching this with a beta tag, that we're not going to be putting ourselves and putting the player in this position where they feel like, oh, I have to cheese this thing, or I found an exploit or whatever. We really are being really careful to make sure we don't endanger all the other cool stuff that we've got in the Season of Divine Intervention with this. That being said, the plan is eventually 2 tracks of rewards. One for people that want to kind of compete against themselves. What is the best I've done in the tower? And then another one for people who are really focused on the leaderboard, right? How far have I risen above others in the leaderboard? And then making sure that both these kinds of groups of players are rewarded for their effort. Functional rewards like items and gear and things like that, currencies, but also cosmetics. And we'll have more detail on this kind of in the coming year, but look forward to it. And again, we really want your feedback on this stuff.
So
absolutely. And one other tidbit of info I do want to include is that
drop loot.
Your access to the tower will be through the season rank system. So I believe it's rank 3 that you need to complete.
Doesn't drop loot.
That gives you access to the tower.
I'm pretty sure they said the opposite. They said it was going
so complete
to,
rank
I thought,
2
and now they're saying
before
it
early next year,
doesn't,
which I'm
and now
sure it'll do. But that is
man, I'm actually just really confused.
One quick thing to add, besides the reward track, just to answer the question at a fundamental level, the monsters inside the tower don't drop loot.
But they do give XP. You're always paid for your time.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited about the personal reward track. I'm looking forward to it because I don't think I'm going to be a Giga gamer and getting to the top ranks, but at least I can get something for climbing. That'll be good.
As a filthy casual myself, it's nice to have stuff for the rest of us. That's for
sweaty.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sweating right now.
Yeah. See the rest of you on the hardcore board.
The hard
fighting words out.
Yeah, seriously.
Durka Utka at Diablo. Is Azmodan in the game forever, or is he just for this season?
Yeah, I can take that one. Azmodan and his 2 nipple rings are here to stay. So
bam, bam.
Both of them?
So, believe it or not.
Why are we going on December 11th?
No, just kidding. To be specific about it, Azmodan as the world boss will stay in the rotation moving forward. So all lesser evils will be in the game, and you can kill them all. For all the seasons to come, specifically the How Is Our event, where you interact with the shrines and you trade in the corrupted essences and that sort of stuff, that's seasonal only. But as then a world boss will be in Eternal and around forever.
No, they moved it. They moved it to the 11th, one day before POE2, and I don't know why.
Oh my God. What a cute face.
Yeah. Oh. Scroll down. Oh,
I just want to squish those cheeks.
Iggy_101. As an odd question, there's no odd questions. What happens to new players who play the seasonal realm now? Do they get these skill Paragon points through the seasonal rank, but then if they go to Eternal, do they have to do the Renown over on Eternal? Okay, interesting.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So they're actually linked. So if you go onto the seasonal realm and you earn your progression in the seasonal realm, you will actually also earn it in the Eternal realm. So if you get those skill points, if you get those Paragon points, it will unlock in the Eternal realm as well. It will not carry over if you get them in the Eternal realm and go to the seasonal realm though. So you still have to re-earn the seasonal stuff.
Hell yeah. Why So Blue Panda Bear? Do the new cosmetic titles, like the final Golden Laurel, one you just mentioned, do they last just during the season, or is it permanent? And is that a character-wide unlock, or is it only for the one that you completed that season rank on?
Yeah, so the Golden Laurels, the Gilded Laurels, those will be seasonal only. So you can show everyone in the world how amazing your seasonal characters are for that season, but you will have to go into a new season and earn the new Gilded Laurels in the new seasons that come.
You don't keep the
so
ones from the previous season?
Be a sweaty nerd.
You don't get your title?
That stuff over here.
You don't get your title or whatever?
And I believe that it is account-wide.
Why not?
So if you get it on one character, basically your account for that season is gilded, Gilded Laurels at that point. Yeah.
Unreal. All right. The Dude Thor, at Diablo, how long after launch will the tower and leaderboards release? For many people, that's the main feature we're interested in. As we mentioned, that'll be hitting early 2026, so we'll have a nice holiday vacation, we'll have a break, and then we'll reset. I know personally, across games I've worked on where things have launched prior to Christmas, it can be good, it can be bad. And I know that leaderboards and the tower is definitely something that will be much better to chew on post-holidays. So yeah, early January. Okay. Cody 4PF. Can we reduce teleport enchant cooldown with CDR or evade cooldown reduction?
I don't recall that off the top of my head.
That is a very specific question.
Very specific question. Definitely take a look at the patch notes. This is one of those caught in the 11,000 words of the patch notes. Definitely go and check that out. It'll have all the details in there.
Unreal.
Yep.
Dirk, we already got a question from Dirk. I'm sorry, Dirk. We did answer one of your questions already. Therid, what is meant with the damage drastically reduced in the new Melted Heart of Selig tooltip?
Yeah, so I kind of alluded to it a little bit there. Previous version of Mana Shield, the Chaos perk from the previous season, converted damage at a 1-to-1 ratio. If you used to take 100 damage, that your life would go down by 100. Instead, your mana would go down by 100. Now that's been there's now a conversion ratio where if you would take 100 damage, it doesn't do 100 mana damage. It does a much smaller amount. It does, I don't know the exact number of the conversion off the top of my head as well, but basically it'll do less than that amount. So it functionally provides a damage reduction in a way. And so the goal here is that it is still a very good tanky item. Even though it's only doubling your mana pool, it's not giving you tens of thousands.
The question was essentially, what is the magnitude of the drastic decrease? And he said, I don't know. It's just a decrease.
Powerful for your defense.
It's okay. I like Charles. It's okay.
We get a lot of questions in chat, but this one specifically from Anchor Ruin. Why the 2-day delay? Is every next season going to start Thursday instead of the standard Tuesday?
Thank you.
We'll let you know when the next season comes out, but for this season, we're just starting on a Thursday. And it's going to be 8:30 p.m. when it starts to roll out. So stay tuned for that. I know it'll be different for us. We'll be up a little bit later, but the nice thing is across the world, it'll be hitting at different times, so maybe it's a nicer time for someone in different part of the world. So there you go.
On the 11th? That's like the 12th.
Way too late.
Yeah, it's going to be a late one. It's going to be a late one. But hey, everything will be smooth, and it'll be like, night by 10 o'clock.
They didn't say why?
Okay. Oh, this is going to be another
that was
in the
the
weeds
best
number
question.
one, so this will be a challenge to answer on the fly. Exiabit, how much resistance and armor rating is needed to be on par with Cap in Season 10? I have no idea how to plan my character with the changes to defense.
I'll take that one. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we added recommended toughness values to the difficulty selection screen. So like when you're choosing a Torment 1, Torment 2, Torment 3, Torment 4, in that tooltip, we'll say, we'll give you a recommended toughness value to shoot for. And that should be a level of defensive mitigation that should make you feel comfortable enough to start playing in that Torment tier. You can think of this as analogous to hitting Cap in the previous system, but even if you really remember, like even if you capped armor and resistance in the old system, you could still get one tapped. So I think the new recommended toughness values are actually a little bit more reliable of a way to tell you you must be this tall to be in this difficulty tier than the old capped system.
Yeah.
You must be this tough to jump on this roller coaster. Yeah, I love it. Question from Oh My God, Get Good. Question, great name. Great. Question for devs: how are you going to ensure the leaderboards are fair?
Yeah. So
that's a good question.
I think when it comes to fairness,
that's a good question.
We have sort of limited tools with what we have in the game today, I think, to get what people are really hoping for, which is a way to measure players of their own effort against other people. So it's not going to happen in a season of Divine Intervention, and we don't actually have a specific date to talk about right now, but we have talked about looking at what does a mode like Solo Self-Found look like in Diablo 4. And we're going to have to figure that out. It's not a one-to-one conversion between any other game that's ever done this. In Diablo 4, we have our shared open world as just like a big difference, right? So we have to kind of sort a lot more complex situations, but it is something we're committed to doing. So that will eventually be coming online. And when it does, we think that should go a long way to kind of ensuring that there's a lot of integrity and fairness in the leaderboards. The other part of this is balance, right? Making sure that the various classes, they at least have some degree of parity, and that the results from the tower have some parity, right? There's not just a trash tier run that is possible because you got the worst environments, the worst monsters, the worst pylons, and the worst boss and things like that. So that's something that's going to be massaged kind of over time. Monsters, we've got our combat up to snuff now, I think, with the latest work done by our wonderful encounters team. And then classes is kind of this ongoing thing, right? We always have new class powers and things like that we're talking about, and that'll be a moving target. But with everything else, we're hoping that we get a lot of stability, and that should ensure a huge degree of fairness to the leaderboards over time.
I think the biggest
problem
with fairness is pay to win. That's what's going to ruin it.
Season over season, so that feedback is critical. And like you said, Zavin, those bosses that we had temporarily are going to be in the old cave dungeon, tucked away for a little bit.
Yeah, they get to go together.
Yeah, they can just hang out over there.
Straight to jail. Yeah. Straight to jail. Straight to cave dungeon. Awesome. Make America Skate Again. Question. From the new season rank feature, will you be able to gather all the skill points, not Paragon, just all the skill points, by the time you're level 60?
Yes, you should be able to. It kind of depends on how quickly you choose to pursue the objectives, but it is theoretically possible. You may, depending on your pace of what objectives you're focusing on, you might get 1 or 2 skill points after you're level 60, but if you're specifically gunning for them, yeah, absolutely.
Unreal. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. That brings us to the end of Q&A. Those are some fantastic questions. Thank you to everyone for being here. Thankfully, I don't know. Oh, and it hasn't gotten too hot. It's been okay. It's been okay. Haven't gotten too sweaty. So thank you all for tuning in and watching. For Season of Divine Intervention, we will have a reliquary that will be coming out, which you can go and check out. For everyone who's interested in the new season, our blog and patch notes are live. The patch notes are 11,000 words. The blog is quite long as well, so you've got a lot to read and catch up on over the next little bit.
Frankly, the patch notes scare me.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Ghost Runner, we're going to go over right now. All right. Let's go over what we just learned in the Diablo 4 Campfire. One thing I want to say before I talk about this is I've heard a lot of people that have been following me for years say that I've become very, very negative and combative and like shitty toward Blizzard and the Diablo team and maybe even other franchises as well. And I think there's actually a lot of truth to that. It's not like an act or anything. I am just so unbelievably frustrated and angry and disappointed and all these other things. And I'm really going to try to not dwell on the negative here. I actually thought maybe about 60% of the way through the presentation, I thought kind of what I've said about this season already when we first heard about it and when I tried it on the PTR. I think a lot of the things that they have here are actually significantly better than what we've had in the previous seasons. And a lot of people will say, well, that's a very low bar and who cares? But some of these changes actually will make the game better or set the game up for potential future success. But we got some information toward the end, which is essentially just like a sucker punch to the gut And I don't know. Let's just get into it. So masterworking, we're finally changing masterworking tempering. Goes to rank 25, 1% stats, 1% bonus to all your stats for every rank, 50% bonus to an affix at rank 25. Better than the old version, very deterministic, very straightforward, kind of, not really a whole lot of room for, I don't know, imagination there, which is what I talked about in the interview, but it's what we have. Same problem with tempering. You can select the upgrade you want. I think they're reducing the number of temperings you get to 1 per item, but now to add some spice to it, now that it can crit from the PTR, better than nothing. The thing that Diablo 4 doesn't need right now is power creep, but at least the system has the opportunity to do something instead of just click the upgrade and move on. It's these things. It's these next couple of things. It's the season journey thing that I think these are the things that actually are moving the needle a little bit for Diablo 4. The potion rework and how it works and how they recharge over 30 seconds and how it because of these changes and your health actually mattering, then life on hit and life per 5 and these stats actually matter and life steal and stuff like that. I think these will be good for the game. These will turn the game into, you know, something worth playing over time in conjunction with other changes. To go along with this, they redid Fortify. Now it stacks to your max life, and as you lose life, it drains from your Fortify to heal you. Cool, that's fine. Elites are now much more powerful. They spawn with minions. They get more attack speed. They get better affixes, a huge new affix pool, da-da-da-da-da. That's what the game needs. It needs more engaging combat. It needs some more challenges. The season themes here, the Divine Gifts is like a juicing mechanic. Juicing is very fun. It's really fun in PoE 1. It's not the best in PoE 2 at Towers, which is why they redid Towers. But in general, juicing mechanics do work in Diablo 4. It's kind of like Powers, but instead for your activities that you do. I'm just glad it's not literally powers anymore that just go into your skills. So probably going to be better than what we had before. Sanctification, a lot of people said that it wasn't powerful enough and it was almost like a corruption mechanic at the end, which I love corruption. I love YOLOing stuff and having the opportunity to lose but succeed greatly. They essentially just buffed it a ton from the PTR, which I'm not surprised that that was the feedback that people wanted. It's not exactly the feedback that I would have given, but I think most players that play Diablo 4 will prefer it this way, so we just let it go. The season journey, you progress now by completing the capstones. I've said this many times. I have no idea why they got rid of the capstones in the first place. They were a cool little inflection point for you to complete, to show some mastery of the game, to go to the next difficulty tiers. I thought removing them was a huge mistake, and I don't know why they did that. Bringing them back in and making them rewarding, it's kind of like doing the lab in PoE 1 or doing the trial of Suck My Ass in PoE 2. It gives you an inflection point in the game to achieve something for a big reward. Is 2 skill points and a treasure chest better than actually ascending? No, but at least it's kind of the right idea. PTR learnings, they had a bunch of things, but essentially it was just a lot of minor things like pit quality of life improvements. They dramatically buffed the Kurost Undercity. In general, as we all know, Diablo 4 just rains down loot for you in general, so buffing things is not literally the way to go, but everything is so it rewards you so heavily already that I guess their strategy is to make all of the activities pay you out roughly evenly or have a targeted payout so you can build up your character, and then at some future point, I'm hoping that they just take that bar and lower the entire thing. So for right now, this is fine. They made various class updates. The main thing was people were very upset that the sorcerer teleport thing kind of got bricked on the PTR, so they reverted a lot of those changes. You can play the Oculus and still do the teleport build. And here essentially was the punch to the gut. So there's two things here. There's a couple of things here that I think just really take the wind out of the sails here. So they're adding the tower and the leaderboards. It's their competitive mode. It's something to achieve with your super endgame character, similar to Greaterus and Diablo 3. It's guaranteed to give you 4 pylons. The more valuable monsters you get give you more progress. But they announced, if I heard it correctly, the tower is not releasing with the season. If I heard that right, it's not releasing right away, which is by an absolute mile, it's like literally the entire point, right? Because if you give players even a weekend or a week to build up their character, every single player is going to have their full build. They're going to have everything, all the legendaries, all the mythic uniques. They're going to be masterworked. They're going to be tempered. They're going to have their season rank. They're going to have the progression system done for the seasonal theme. Everyone's going to have everything. And I feel like the competition there is going to be so much less interesting than who can start the game and level up and who can do well in the tower right away. But that's not the only problem with it not releasing until a future patch into the season. And I hope I quoted them exactly. Well, they said this multiple times. They said it's releasing as a beta, and they literally said the version that we have now is very rough around the edges. So, and they also said that it's very similar to the pit. I asked this question in the interview. The tower seems very similar to the pit. I played it to level 50, and I couldn't really tell a difference. The thing about it is, I think it's fair to say, whether you're a fan of Diablo 4 or whether you absolutely hate it, either way, I think it is fair to say that almost everything in Diablo 4 has been releasing in beta, right? They have changed literally everything. They have the capstones. They removed the capstones. They put the capstones back in. They've changed armor and resistances entirely, and now they're changing it again into a toughness system. They have the torment tiers now instead of what they had in the beginning. Used to level to 100. Now you only level to 60. The entire game, everything about it, has changed. So every mechanic has released in beta. Every version of things that they've released has been rough around the edges. I think this is one of the only things that almost everybody in the community can agree on. And for this new mechanic to not only launch when we thought it was going to launch, and having this verbiage specifically tacked onto it does not inspire confidence that this game mode or the leaderboards attached to it are going to matter very much until they said they want to develop it based around our feedback. That in general, could be fine with certain mechanics in certain games, but I would much prefer a gaming company to say, this is my vision for how this works. This is our team worked on this, and we made this really nice mechanic, and we'll take your feedback on it based upon, how we can fine tune it. But it sounds like the feedback is essentially going to be guiding this mechanics development from the ground up, from how I heard them describe it here in this meeting. And I don't know. It just, again, I'm not trying to be negative, but it I don't know. It doesn't sound like good news. I don't know how to say it. Are Chaos Armors coming back? I think their answer was, they said everyone liked it, but it adds too much power creep. So the answer is no, if I understood their answer. We definitely don't need more power creep in Diablo 4. Will the tower drop loot? No. And I thought previously they said the answer was yes, but now it's no, if they did say yes previously. And now it gives XP and 2 different kinds of rewards, either beating your own personal rank if you're not going for number 1, or climbing the overall leaderboards. So I don't know if it's ever going to drop loot in the future, but it will have 2 reward paths and it will have XP at a minimum. This one also surprised me. Do you keep the season laurel rewards beyond this season? And they said, no, you have to earn them again. And this is very surprising to me. So think about their brother or sister game, World of Warcraft. If you're grinding for High Warlord and you achieve the title, or you achieve Lieutenant General and you get the Black Warwolf, or you get the title, or you achieve Gladiator one season and you have that Gladiator title for a while and you get your Vengeful Proto Drake, they don't ever take that away. They take away the Gladiator title if you don't re-earn it, but they don't take away your Lieutenant General title. They don't take away the High Warlord title. They don't ever take away your Black Warwolf, or they don't. So maybe I misunderstood their answer, but if you go through an entire season and earn a bunch of rewards for that specific season, I'm expecting the seasonal rewards to change every single time. So since they change, if you take them away, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I don't know if you should take them away. But I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood their answer, but it sounds like no. They said you have to re-earn them again. Then they moved the date to Thursday instead of Tuesday. And a direct question was asked, why did that happen? And they just essentially said, we just are. So now it's 8:30 p.m. Pacific time on December 11th, if I heard that right, which is like, I don't know, like 12 hours or something before POE2. So, I mean, they moved, I think, from the 9th to the 11th. So it's like 12 hours before POE2. And we have the mega POE2 announcement, which there's rumors that it's going to be giga. It's like, it's the Druid update. It's that Val thing that they showed us. Maybe it's like Owl of the Temples, but it's also the Endgame update. And it's also their final patch before they go out of office for December, which is usually historically massive. So my own thoughts on why this is happening is it has to be because of the Game Awards. So something must be happening with the Game Awards, but I didn't think they mentioned it at all. The rumor is something's happening with the Game Awards, but they didn't say anything. So people are speculating maybe they announced the expansion there and then it goes live. But this is very interesting to go something like 12 hours before POE2 instead of at least a few days. And then the final question was, how would you combat cheating in the tower? They don't have great tools right now, but they are committed to working on it. And I didn't know if they explicitly talked about this, but the biggest cheating that I'm not worried about people finding an exploit in the tower. Like, that is easily just a bug and easily just go in and fix it, right? The thing that's going to completely compromise the tower is pay to win. People are just, we won't mention any multi-billionaires' names or anything like that, but people will just buy all the best gear and they'll just waltz forward and they'll just be toward the top because they have just the godliest loot that random Jim Bobs can't earn. The real question is, how do you compete against that and other things? So again, in the mindset of trying not to be negative and trying to be objective here, I actually think that this season has more updates to the actual game that will make the game better later. It's not even for me the tempering the masterworking. It's changing how you get your health back. It's changing how elites work. It's changing how you level up. By the way, I didn't write that down, but you start, I think, with 0 skill points and have to earn them. So you don't start with 15 points. I've never seen an ARPG ever do that. When you start on the beach with a stick, you start on the beach with a stick. When you start off with your wand going to the Den of Evil, that's what you start with, right? You got nothing. There was no sense of progression with starting with 15 points or whatever it was. So that's much better. This juicing mechanic seems better than powers. Like, they wanted to add an end game mode, which we're not getting until later, and some leaderboards. Like, that's like a key feature that we were missing, even though like it doesn't inspire confidence from how that conversation went. So in general, overall, like, this still was a better patch than what I'd seen for a long time, at least half of a year, maybe longer. But it feels like we're always at some point also shooting ourselves in the foot here. And I really hope that there's something epic to move the date 12 hours before POE2, because for a lot of the ARPGs, I don't think there's a ton of overlap, but Diablo 4 definitely has some overlap with POE2, because POE2 is a little bit easier to get into, especially with some of the changes that Jonathan and the team have made over the last year. It is pretty new player friendly, and Diablo 4 is certainly new player friendly, so there is some overlap here. So this is absolutely a choice and to make here. Anyway, I don't know. That's my honest summary. I'm trying not to be super negative here. There were some good things in this patch. I guess we don't sleep and we play 10 hours of D4, beat the whole season, and then go POE2, I guess let's see what POE2's announcement is tomorrow. POE2 should just release 10 hours early and announce going 10 hours early, and we might as well just have an actual brawl, I guess. Check the clip. Oh God, what clip? I hope it's not of me. Abyss is going core. Oh, from Rob? Oh, okay, let's see. I can't hear it. Wait, I can't hear it.
I can't, dude. I can't, dude. This is fucked for me. Can't wait for Frosty LaRue video.
Dude, Frosty's stocks. Dude, if you can invest in stocks, you got to invest in Frosty LaRue right here, because that was... I can't believe that the tower... I can't believe that it isn't launching. Like, they already said that it's very, very rough, and they already said that it's in beta. So they're already lubing us up to tell us that that's gonna suck. Okay. So then on top of that, you also can't release it on time? I don't understand.
I can't, dude. This is fucked for me. Can't wait for Frosty LaRue video.
Oh, I have a message from Rob. They said at the very, very, very end to watch the video game awards. Okay, why didn't? Oh, they said at the very end. Dreadsize said, "What? Why didn't they? Why didn't they say that when they asked, why are you launching on Thursday? When they asked, why are you launching on Thursday? Why didn't they say it then?" Because they want to surprise. It was like the last question of the Q&A. It was the end. Some people think they're going to shadow drop the Paladin class. Who said that? I heard some people say they're going to shadow drop the expansion. Wait, I have my notes right here. It was the second to last question. You know what? Honestly, I meant this when I was doing my little recap. I was really trying to not be negative at all today. I'm trying not to be the Grinch who stole Christmas. I'm trying not to be a piece of shit. I'm trying not to be a fair weather fan. But we're launching on top of POE2, and the tower isn't in the game. But, I mean, what the fuck? What the fuck? Victor, thank you so much for the raid, man, and thank you so much for all the subs during the thing. I'll tell you what. If there's a game, no matter what ARPG I'm making, if there's a game I'm not launching anywhere near, it's POE2. POE2. Rob wants to talk to me. Should I call Rob? Do you guys want to talk? He wants to talk to me about the situation. Should we call Rob? You guys want to talk to Rob? All right. I would not launch on top of POE2. POE2 is way too strong, and it's ramping. It's POE2 has so much momentum. I would not launch on top. I would never do it. I'm gonna call Rob here.
Hey, man.
Rob, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How's it going?
Good, man. Guys, how's the volume for Rob? Up, down, or fine?
Yo, what's up, guys? Test. I think you were very loud for me. Oh, that's good. Okay, strong voice.
Strong voice. All right, Rob. Tell me how you're feeling, Mr. Diablo 4.
Dude, so for me, I went into this dev stream. I didn't even think it was a possibility to get less excited for the season. But I kind of am now. Like, this is just the same mistake that they did with the Gauntlet. And I also didn't understand really their explanation as to why they delay it, because they specifically call it a beta feature. And what better way to test a beta feature, to have a lot of people testing it and give feedback? I don't know, man. How do you feel about the entire stuff? I only saw your picture, and a similar reaction to me, I guess.
All right, so here's the thing. Like, Rob, you and I have known each other for many, many years, right? You and I we built Maxroll for a lot of years, and we know very well that you're the happy-go-lucky, even-keeled, nice guy, and I am the opposite of that. I'm the very angry, everything is dog shit, we need to redo everything, complaining about
I don't
it.
know if I would exactly put it like that, but in generally, I'm pretty positive about the game. But today, it's a bit different for me.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to like, I went into today trying to be positive, right? A lot of people in my community very correctly have said that I've changed. Like I've become so negative and so sour, and I don't want to be that way. I want to love everything, but I haven't been loving it, right? So like to start off on the good side here. So I thought this patch had more things that set up the future of Diablo 4 for success than previous patches. For example, when you do the whole potion and health regeneration rework, that gives us more of an opportunity for meaningful combat later on. Everything is way too OP right now, but if you did a gigantic power drop maybe in the expansion with these new changes, with the new elites, with the fortify rework, with the season journey, with the capstone. Like I went to a capstone in the PTR, and I went way under leveled and way under geared. I went like at level 20 in blues with no legendaries or anything. It took me an hour to beat it. I beat it, but it almost wasn't even possible because every monster hit me for 90% of my health every hit, and it's 30 seconds to get a potion back, and it's diabolical. So it's like, okay, I actually was like kind of challenged here, but when we did the original capstones, you could beat it at level 5 if you knew what you were doing. So the patch has some things that set up the potential future of the game to be good. But then
I also really liked like all the layouts and stuff. I think it was pretty cool, like doing the capstones all over again. I still didn't understand like why they removed it in the first place. So I think it's very cool to see them come back. 100% agree.
I don't think they should have removed them in the first place. It's kind of like when PoE does this as well. PoE 1 has the lab. PoE 2 has the ascendancies, where as you're leveling up, there is an inflection point where you can demonstrate some level of power or mastery for a big buff. That's fun. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But then now on to your point. Now we've said like the good things here. Here's the main thing that I don't understand. They said it's releasing in beta. And from the description of like how they were speaking about it, they said like, we already know this mechanic's going to be very rough around the edges. It's currently very similar to the pit. They already made it sound like it's like not very exciting, or it's not very well polished or anything like that. So that doesn't make any sense to delay it anyway. And it doesn't make sense because you need the testing for it, as you said. But I have an even bigger problem with it. You could argue that almost every single facet of Diablo 4 in the last 2 years, and you're Mr. Diablo 4, tell me if I'm wrong, has been released in beta. Tell me a mechanic. Tell me armor or resistances, which is now converted to toughness. Or tell me that the whole no crafting into tempering and masterworking and now changing it. Or having capstones and then removing them. And now we have 5 capstones. Every single mechanic has been released in beta and been driven by our feedback and changed multiple times. What I think Blizzard needs to do is, if they're not going to release the tower, take the tower down and build your beautiful, amazing, polished tower mechanic and show us what your ideas are. Like, I think a lot of the people who have been loving Diablo for many, many years are sick of essentially being beta testers for every mechanic that comes out. It seems that it's always like this.
Yeah, and we're kind of like sometimes on some of the systems, like we are going like 360 degrees, like with the resistances, for example. Like it kind of like on launch, then they made it like good and work, like in Diablo 2, and now they're going back to the way kind of it was on launch. Like it's like, what are we doing? You know?
Yeah, and same thing with capstones. Capstones, no capstones, capstones. Like we just went back to where we were, right?
Totally, man.
I guess the reason that they're moving it to Thursday they're releasing it Thursday at 8:30 p.m. So I guess it's because of the Game Awards. That's the theory. You're going to get something. There's a million different rumors about what might happen there. But I mean, that is a choice, man. Dude, POE2, you could argue, if it isn't the best ARPG right now, it certainly has, like, it's kind of on fire. It's like NBA Jam, you know, that old school game, like he's on fire. It's trending. It's launching 10 hours, 12 hours before it launches is a choice. That's
I mean, I agree, like, with that to a certain extent. I mean, like, it's been known for quite some time that Diablo is gonna release, you know, like, in December this year. Like, it's been in the roadmap in the beginning of the year. They said it in the game, and they said it many times, basically. And I was thinking that the PoE was gonna release, like, on the 5th or something, which would be in, like, 2 days from now. Like, I mean, there's, like, always two parties to this. I don't know if you can, like, 100% blame this on either company or something. Like, it's just weird, and it's certainly not great for fans that like to play both of the games. But I mean, like, having it closer to the weekend, like, if you're ignoring PoE for a second here, like, if the release date is closer to the weekend, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, it's like in the morning in Europe, which is not the ideal time. But I guess, like, whatever they're gonna announce there, like, I mean, they hinted at it in this dev stream again, that there's probably gonna be a lot of hype. So in that sense, like, I can see why they move it, and I personally don't really mind that much. Obviously, I would still wish it would all not launch in the same week, and now it's just like less than 24 hours from each other, right? Which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't even bother me, like, from a streaming. People always say, "Oh, streamers just want it not to be on top of each other so they can make more money." I mean, okay, yes, that is a true statement, but I just like to play video games, man. I just like video games. Can we play some video games? I knew this was going to happen, right? It was going to happen one way or another. Whether PoE launches on the 5th or they launch on the 12th, it's the same shit. We all know all these gaming companies. All these gaming companies are out for Christmas break, right? It's like everyone takes time at the end of the year, so it's all going to be early December. What I'm saying is, I'm not even talking about grinding gear games, and I'm not talking about Blizzard. I'm not even talking about, like, that so much. What I'm saying is, if I was the CEO of any ARPG right now, the number one rule at the top of the whiteboard for in every meeting is, we're never launching anywhere near PoE2. We can launch on top of PoE1. We take the L there or whatever. We can launch on top of Last Epoch. I mean, they haven't been doing so hot in social media lately. We can launch on top of No Rest for the Wicked, but we better not launch on top of PoE2, because that game, you know, I hope Blizzard makes some minor schedule tweaks going forward to make sure that doesn't happen. Otherwise, it's just going to hurt them. I don't think PoE2 is afraid of anybody.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, there was, like, kind of still, like, a similar situation with the Last Epoch and the PoE, like, dates, like, overlapping or something. And some tinfoil hat theorists were even saying they might have been doing this on purpose, or I don't know. I mean, like, they kind of already probably know that they have, like, a very good momentum going as well with PoE, for example. And I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what's the reasoning, or why at least, like, some of the higher ups, like, don't, like, you know, communicate about this or something. I mean, they must know each other on some of the levels there.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. I woke up today walking into this campfire feeling better than I do now. I feel worse now.
Yes. And this is the same for me, and I didn't even think that would have been a possibility, because I was actually excited to, you know, learn about all the, you know, solutions and problem fixing that they have gotten, like, out of the PTR, because we provided so much feedback. And then I really liked the beginning, like, cinematic that they played, but they just, like, dropped it in the cinematic, like, kind of like towards the end of it, that the tower and the leader was not even launching. And I was like, they didn't say anything. They just said, like, it's not launching. And then, like, they talked for, like, half an hour about other stuff. And I was, like, sitting there the entire time, like, they just, like, dropped this and they didn't even explain. And it's like, come on, please explain. So I kind of, like, didn't even have the capacity to listen to all of the stuff that they were saying in the middle, because I was like, what? Why are you delaying this? Like, why is it not coming out? Like, all of the players are like hyped at the beginning of the season. Like, you're gonna get the best feedback at the start of the season. And I mean, it's still like 2 weeks until Christmas, I guess, when the season launches. Like, I mean, there's quite some time.
Yeah, I mean,
to like fix possible bugs or whatever with the leaderboards. And even if there is a bug, there's no reward. So you're not gonna like, get infinite XP or get like some crazy loot because there's some like exploit going on or whatever, right? Like, it's not even that big a deal if, let's say, somebody would do like a pit or tower 150 on the leaderboard, because he just doesn't get anything for that anyways. So like, just click the button and release the beta feature.
Yeah, it's
especially like the way it was marketed on the PTR. Like, I didn't even think that this could have been a possibility. That it's not, like the beta is not coming out like when the season is coming.
I don't understand that either, because I logged into the PTR and I played the tower and it worked. Like, it was a tower. I killed monsters. The message popped up like. And that was a month ago, so I had a month to work on it, and now it can't be released. And
yeah,
another thing that you said, which is a point that I brought up earlier when I was talking to my chat, is like, okay, it's a beta feature. It's gonna have. They said it's very rough, so it's not going to be up to snuff about measuring who's good at Diablo 4 or not, probably in its first iteration anyway. But
yeah,
if you release it in January, the people who are still playing Diablo 4, if you have a couple of weeks to play, especially over Christmas break, literally every single person is going to have super high Paragon, God tier gear, mythic uniques. Like, the whole exciting part for me, the really exciting part is like the same as D3 seasons, is who can erupt first and who can like blast through with nothing or with kind of weak stuff. Bro, everyone's going to have everything by the time you release the tower, and you're going to miss a huge chunk of the appropriate feedback about the whole progression of the tower. It's not even going to be a thing to be tested.
And it's also the perfect way to ensure that new players will not enjoy this feature at all, because they're just going to be completely filtered out, because all the sweats and tryouts, they're going to have like GG gear and like all the mythics and all the stuff. And it's completely unfair, because like, what's a casual player that might, return in January to try this leaderboard gonna do if people have just like fully stacked, fully masterworked, fully sanctified gear and mythics? Like, they're gonna have the worst experience ever. Just like they did with the Gauntlet. Like, they didn't have any chance, like when the Gauntlet launched, because it's the same thing. Like, mid-season patch, Gauntlet launches. First of all, nobody really cared about it. And of the few people that cared about it that are returning to the game, like, they just get filtered out and they have no chance ever reaching the top 100 even.
Yeah, they have no chance. And another thing that they brought up, and they said that they are committed to working on it, they essentially asked at the Q&A, how are you committed to combating cheating in the tower? So first of all, it's let all the Giga Chads get everything, and then they just stomp the new players, and then they're not going to like it. But then there's also like a tons of different cheating, and I heard them talk about things about like exploits or stuff like that. I'm like, I'm not even worried about that. If there's an exploit, we just report it as a bug, and hopefully you fix it immediately, because it's the competitive game mode. But the thing that I think is going to plague the tower is pay to win. I think people are just going to buy, whatever the meta is right now, buy all the stuff that you can trade or the boss materials, and they're just going to get all the best loot right away. And it's the same thing that we saw in Diablo 3. The top 10 players of every single season are all using D3 Helper and Turbo HUD, and they're botting all the Paragons, and they have a second account botting bounties for them where they go take the cookies. They just have perfect everything and 3,000 Paragon ahead of everybody else. This is what it's going to be as well if they don't have a way to fight this.
Yeah, I mean, like, at least this stuff is not as widespread as it was in D3. Like, I think like Blizzard is very keen on fixing the duplications and fixing like this like bots and like this like overlays programs or whatever. I think they're doing at least like a decent job in that. Like it's not like widespread or anything, like it was in D3. It was kind of like widespread on the leaderboard. So they have at least that going for them. And yeah, long term, I don't think there's a solution to this. Like, what would you want them to do? I don't think they can fix it. This is the problem that every ARPG faces, like the RMT problem or whatever, and they can't fix it. The only solution is to have a solo cell phone leaderboard at some point, and they are doing that, but yeah, also not in this season. So it's kind of not an argument how are you going to how are they going to combat or how are they going to make the leaderboards fair? Yeah, at some point we're going to have SSF, but that doesn't really help the players right now.
Yeah, I think it's just SSF. They have this problem in WoW. In WoW, if you buy gold, and the way you buy gold, I think, is you go get a shitty little wand and you put it on the auction house for 5,000 gold, and then you pay the gold transfer thing, and then they buy your wand for 5,000 gold, and that's how you exchange it. But they have I actually know one of the main guys in charge of combating that stuff, and they have some more in-depth systems to track, trace it all the way back, where did this gold come from? These items would never sell for these amounts or whatever, and they ban them. But yeah, I don't think you're ever going to solve it. So I think you just solve it with SSF, which we don't have. But I think new players are going to be shocked when they play for a day or two, and then they check, and people are going to have the most outrageous, if they're going to allow you to inspect the gear on a leaderboard clear, they're not going to believe what they're going to see people have 24 hours into the season.
Yeah. I didn't even consider before talking to you that especially the entire starting process is gone. I was pretty excited now that I think about it to play the leaderboards early on and see how this develops, and because the most fun time is at the very beginning when you have shitty gear, or when everybody has shitty gear, and you're just playing the leaderboard in D3, day 1, day 2, all the botters haven't caught up yet, the account heroes they haven't caught up yet, you've been blasting there for 20 hours or something, and you can make a pretty cool early rank, many people want to do that in the beginning. I think there's a very fun part of the leaderboards, seeing the progression and figuring out whatever the meta is going to be, especially now that we finally have arrived at least some beginning of a group meta in Diablo 4. I think it would be pretty cool, of course, make the solo experience good, but also have some better group synergy. I mean, I know you also love to play the Z-Buff, for example, in D3, and it's cool to see that they are moving into this group direction and stuff, but it's just so sad they cut the entire progression curve out of the leaderboard, learning together, beating demons together, trying to min-max, trying to find the synergies, while the leaderboard is there. Man, I was so much looking forward to that, and now it's all not going to happen this season. When the season comes out, everybody going to have GG gear, we're going to know all the meta stuff, probably, and yeah, I don't think many people will care in January. It's pretty sad.
Yeah, so I agree with what you said, and you and I know from playing the class and playing the game for so many years. I think Diablo 3, it had a lot of faults. One of the only things that Diablo 3 almost borderline did better than any game, probably even better than Aurabots in POE1, is they made the support characters just so amazing. The support monks in the beginning, or the Z-Barbs.
Yes.
Not only do they keep you alive, and not only do they make you immune to crowd control, they literally manipulate the entire, how to manipulate a 4-corner festering, get the progression,
exactly.
Spawn the pylons, and that it's just actually game-changing for everybody, and it's such a beautiful play style if they could actually bring it into the game. But I'll be honest with you. Let's just bring each other into the inner circle of truth here. I'm not going to be playing Diablo 4 in January. I don't know if I'll be playing it longer than the first 12 hours. I'm guessing you will be playing. If I were you,
I'm definitely going to check it out. I mean, I just like this kind of stuff. Even if this is not ideal, I'm still looking forward to have the leaderboard, because I just, even if I wouldn't stream, even if I wouldn't do any of this, I would still sit there. Long before I started streaming, I did this because my internet was bad. I just like doing this, min-maxing, playing together with friends, and trying to figure out, the best way to kill demons fast is kind of fun for me. But it's still far from ideal now.
Yeah. So what I was going to suggest, what I would wish for is because of exactly what you said. I feel the same way. I feel like it has such low value to release it essentially mid-season here. I would just postpone it to the next season and actually release it on the start. Because
but then they should have never even communicated the way they did, because it was never even a question that this might like after the PTR was announced and we played on the PTR, that this might not come out this year or for the season or in the start of the season. Like I wouldn't even have considered like that this was even an option to delay this.
Right. I mean, exactly. But what's done is done, right? They said it's coming.
Yeah.
They said it's coming. Now it's not coming, and now it's releasing on top of POE2, and now it's coming mid-season. Like maybe in January, if nothing's going on, I'll log in and try the tower. But they already said this. I have 2 quotes here. They said it 2 different ways. They said, "Remember, it's releasing in a beta, and we realize that the version that we have is very rough." I mean, does that inspire confidence that what you're going to get in January is going to be polished at all? Like, if you release it in January and it is exactly that, and a lot of the players have moved on because nobody plays any ARPG for longer than a month, not even hardly POE2 or any of the other ones.
Yeah,
you're not going to get the feedback that you want, and you're going to lose the entire allure and hype for it actually launching on its season. But that has already been kind of killed, kind of with the communication, and then not releasing it anyway.
Yeah, like the hype level certainly went down today. I hope it's gonna go up significantly after the Game Awards on the 11th. I mean, it seems to be like pretty big with how they hinted at it in my interview. I think they just said it again, like at the end of this Campfire stream, that we should definitely like tune in and stuff. Hopefully this is gonna be like a strong positive force in the opposite direction. But so your kind of plan would be like you play maybe a few hours. I mean, the timing is like not ideal, I guess. You're gonna play day 1 and then mostly try to Druid in PoE.
Yeah, man. I mean, I like PoE2 for me. Like when it launched, it was very like it didn't exactly have the best launch. In fact, they actually first thing PoE2 did was essentially punch me straight in the gut, because I started the sorceress, and then I made a cast on freeze meteor build, which I finally found a build that's starting to murder the game. Then the very next day when I woke up, I made the video, they nerfed it. So, and then a lot of the PoE1 players didn't love PoE2 in the beginning, and rightfully so. So it had like a little bit of a rough patch, but I've always really liked the game. I've always been pretty favorable toward PoE2, and I think we're probably going to get a Giga announcement about all the new stuff tomorrow. And I don't know, man. I find that game very, very fun. There is so much to solve. There's so much to figure out, even though it's not quite as complicated as PoE1. There's just so much to gnaw on. And I don't know. We don't have the tower. I guess we'll see what they announce at the Game Awards. Something for us to do, but for me, yes, it's just a few hours of Diablo 4 and then straight to. I'm going to be theory crafting PoE like all week long, and if you're going to be theory
there's got like giga patch notes, probably like 50 pages plus. That's gonna be pretty crazy. I mean, I really love the campaign in PoE2. When I played it for the first time, especially like the Act 1 boss fight and stuff, man. Like, oh, that was so sick, dude, in December. Like, I didn't really like mind that much in the beginning that there was not like, that much end game. I mean, that's what this patch or this expansion is gonna like focus on a lot. So that's right now my personally like biggest gripe with PoE, that there's, to me, not much. I mean, in Diablo it's the same problem. There's just nothing to do in the end game. And that kind of like fits both Diablo 4 and PoE2. But then PoE2 is in beta, and well, Diablo 4 has been out for 2.5 years.
Yeah,
and now we just learned that the end game is delayed yet again. So.
So what is your plan going to be? Are you just blasting D4, or what are you doing?
Well, my plan was to at least play D4 the initial weekend, and then like I played the Druid on Gamescom, like I think 2023 it was, and it was already a cool class, and I really like the Druid in the recent seasons here in D4 as well. So I was definitely gonna like check out the Druid, but probably not on the launch weekend. But now, because like there's leaderboards, and I wanted to, like I had this plan like to like blast and do the leaderboard stuff, and then do like POE like the week later or something, right? Because I can probably get like 95% power in D4 like on the first weekend pretty much, which is a problem in itself, in my opinion, because it's too fast. But yeah. Now I might play POE like on the launch weekend. We'll see. I haven't really fully made up my mind. I guess I'll
wait a minute.
after the Game Awards.
Wait a minute. They literally moved Rob off of the D4 launch weekend? Wow.
Nah, I mean, I didn't like fully. I mean, I'll see. Like, I want to play both games. It's just sad that they're coming out at the same time. I mean, I definitely planned to spend the majority time in D4, but now that leaderboard, because I was excited about the leaderboards, but now that the leaderboard's not there, like, what's there gonna be in the end game? Like, I'm gonna level to Paragon 300 in 10 days again. I already did this like 3 times. Like, it's not really fresh,
I mean, what's the like Paragon 243 or whatever? I haven't checked the math on it since the first and only time I did it. But Paragon 243 or whatever was
like day one.
Was already half of the journey, or it's a tenth of the journey. It's
something like that.
It's a tenth of the journey to 300, but Paragon 243, even being a tenth of the journey to Paragon 300, gives you your 5 boards and at least maxes the nodes with the glyphs. And so then you're just randomly running around for 9x the effort. And by the way, they said that they added like 13 Paragon points. Bro, with the Paragon board limitation, you already have like a lot of the yellow nodes, and you already have the full glyphs maxed in all 5 boards. What are you taking? Like 13 like random nodes in the boards?
5 main stat or something.
Yeah, I mean literally,
it's a big problem. And I can't say this often enough. I really, really hate caps in these video games. Like, I don't know why. I mean, Paragon 300, that's good. Like, we don't want unlimited Paragon. Like, but just give us like some more freedom in the boards on how we design our builds. It's just like these caps. At least they removed some of the caps now with the melted heart. They already started adding like a bunch of caps, but I'm very happy they walked back on this. But still, I think the game has so many caps, man. Especially like movement speed cap. In D3, like you spin around with your god demon hunter, or you go spin to win bar with like 600% movement speed. Like, it was fun. It worked in D3. Now, why don't we have this in Diablo 4 again? Like, it just there's just so many decisions that I'm like, why? And the tower is another one.
I'm actually like a lot less mad about this stuff anymore. Like, it's just been too long. The thing for me that I've come to terms with is Diablo 4, just the core idea of the game, is not a game designed for me. And I spent way too long trying to provide feedback on, here are things that you could do to Diablo 4 that would make me or my community engaged with it. And a lot of the times I think they have just a different direction that they want to take the game in, and that's okay. Not everything can be a win, or not even like a win, but you aren't going to connect with everything in life, and there's plenty of other ARPGs to play. So I'm trying to go into these updates as positively as I can. It's like a mosquito trying to suck blood from a mummy. I'm trying to have some fun here. I'm trying to find some way to engage with the game, have some fun when it's out, and try to have a good time with my community, because a lot of my community was based upon playing the Diablo games. I would love to love Diablo 4. How Diablo 4 has went, it certainly hasn't been good for me in a million different ways. Not even just monetarily, just psychologically or emotionally or whatever the hell you want to call it.
And
I'm just sick of being disappointed, and I'm sick of being sad. So I'm just I'm accepting that it's going in a little bit of a different direction, and I'm just trying to appreciate the stuff that we do get.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for me, like mad is also definitely not the right word. Like I'm by this, I'm just like shocked and disappointed because again, I just didn't expect this, and I think it's, in my opinion, just a bad decision for the game. Like this is just like killing the hype, at least because I know like a lot of like-minded players like me are just not gonna like this because it was kind of communicated differently, and now suddenly there's a delay. It's very weird. But maybe in the grand scheme of things, like if you're just talking about, like the numbers of players that, like play the game or something, like I think like for like a more casual player base, I don't think they're gonna be like they're not gonna really like care that much that there is no leaderboard and no tower end game on the launch, right? And this is like still, I guess, the majority of the target audience that Diablo 4 or Blizzard seems to be basing like many decisions off. At least that's how it feels like. While PoE is taking the more, I mean, they also have a much broader audience with PoE2 than with PoE1, but they are kind of like going into a bit more like challenging to the player direction, where the game seems like a lot like PoE2 seems like a lot harder, a lot more nuanced, and a lot more like different ways to like play the game and to interact and have like very different characters and builds. While Diablo is just like very much, I feel, catering to the, casual audience, which is, marketing wise, I guess it works.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said. I think the majority of the people that play Diablo 4 are not like super like advanced gamers, in the sense that I don't think they consume a lot of content about it. I don't think they watch a lot of build guides. I don't think they read patch notes. I don't think they tune into the Campfire chats.
Yeah.
They just hear about Diablo 4 has an update, they fire it up and they play. They probably don't even realize that the tower was promised and now it's not coming.
Yeah.
And they certainly don't even dream of getting on a leaderboard, so they couldn't care less about this. So a lot of the negative things that come across here are probably only going to make people on the internet who have been following it mad. So yeah, I don't think that this negative, like some of these casual players will tune into the Game Awards and it'll be Diablo and they'll announce whatever it is they're going to announce. People are speculating, the expansion and pre-orders or whatever, and that will get them excited, and then they can fire up Diablo 4. The only real thing that I think is going to impact those players is a lot of them probably also play PoE2, because I don't know how much PoE2 you played, but PoE2, at least a year ago, was certainly way more difficult on new players. They've made it much easier. The campaign is much easier now. They completely redid systems like recommended gems, where what they recommend to you it's still not perfect at all. DM was doing it yesterday, and he was still raging at some of the recommendations, but it's significantly better. So PoE2 is doing a good job of dipping into that audience of, hey, you never played an ARPG before, come try our game. And like you said, I think the campaign bosses right away from the beginning are pretty epic, so I think they're getting pretty into it.
Yeah, and then them just doing like the interlude acts. I mean, Act 4 was amazing, but then even just like temporarily, they're just designing like 2 like medium-sized acts, but people still like love that, man. It was freaking crazy. And if they focus well on endgame this patch, I think it's going to be pretty exciting for sure.
Well, so Path of Exile or Grinding Gear Games did something very smart last season. It's kind of like what D4 is trying to do here, but it's multiple facets of it, right? Like we talked about communication and the actual implementation. So last season, they implemented the Abyss League, which was, I think, one of the best leagues that they released. It may be a little bit overpowered for crafting, but it was really, really good. And they tried to make some endgame updates here or there, but then they said the next season, which we're going to get in a week, is the endgame season. So then, a few weeks later, with essentially no notice, they dropped a post and they said, next season we said we're doing all the endgame stuff, but we actually decided to divide it into 2 pieces. what we're getting in a week, the next season, we'll give you all the new cool things. But there's already a lot of problems with our existing endgame that people have been voicing for many, many seasons. So what we did right now or tomorrow, we're going to drop a huge patch and we're going to try to fix all of it. We're going to try to fix towers and juicing and a lot of quality of life and UI problems, and give us feedback on the end game now. And then we'll also implement the feedback that you give us on that part into the next patch, which is what we're going to learn about tomorrow. So,
hell yeah.
I logged into that patch and I played it for a long time. I played it for at least like 100 hours. I wrote them a sheet or whatever, and a lot of other people did as well. And it was significantly better, but there were still a lot of things that they could still improve on. So now, but that's like, now if we zoom out and think about that entire process and think about it to Diablo 4, it's almost like kind of a similar process with completely different communication, right? Grinding Gear Games didn't tell us that they were going to give us a mega endgame patch early. They just kind of surprised us with it. And they said, we're going to use this to make the future release much better, but we're going to take our biggest stab at it first to see if you like it. But now it's like they promised us the tower at the beginning and then we don't get it. And now they promise it to us later, but then they already tell us it's going to be bad. So it's like,
yeah.
And
in order to optimize it like that, like Grinding Gear Games is doing, you need to get these features in as many players' hands as possible to, really work and really get it right. Like releasing it later now, I think it's also going to like delay the time, however long it takes, until it's actually good. Because like we talked earlier, like we're going to miss the entire like leaderboard, gear progression, like all that's not even happening. So the feature is ultra beta right now, so much beta that it's not even releasing. And then for the next season, it's also going to be beta again because we never even have progressed on this system. It just feels like it's just such a weird decision to me.
Yeah, I mean, essentially at this point we're just parroting ourselves, right? It doesn't make sense. I'm sure they recognize this. I'm sure they understood that walking into this campfire and saying the tower is not releasing I'm sure they knew that this was going to happen. This was going to be the reaction here, but yep, it was the reaction, and yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
I think they should have just never said on the PTR that this tower and like when they announced it, like the tower and leaderboard is coming for the season 11. They should have just never said that. Like, because in the roadmap it was kind of already like for next year, but now like you had players sit on the expectation after playing it and hearing about it, sitting on it like for a month. And they expected this to come out, and well, now it's coming out next year. So it's a lot of communication stuff for sure.
Yeah, I never, as exactly as you said, it's one of the first things that you said. I don't understand why it isn't releasing. So I was able to log into the PTR and open the tower and play the tower. Okay, it works. It is a thing that can be done right now. And then we jump forward a month. You have a month to work on it. And now it's not releasing, but why? Like, why? What happened?
Yeah, I tried to re-listen to what Zaven, like, because he was like talking about this. Like some of the Q&A like went into the direction, and he talked about it, and I felt like he said all the right things that sounded right to me, but yet none of them explained why it is delayed. Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know if there's like is there like a system incompatibility? Like it can't launch. Like, is this like a loading everybody's stash tabs kind of thing? Like they found out that if they launch the tower, it's going to brick a bunch of systems that they have to fix in the background, and there's a bunch of people out of the office in December, so they have to fix it in January. I don't know. Like there has to have been some major problem, I'm guessing, just to release it to, I don't know, but
yeah.
Maybe
I mean,
that's
I'm
what.
probably, I'm
Sorry.
still like a bit coping that they might just end up pressing the button anyways and still release it, but it's probably like a lot of copium.
Yeah,
But yeah.
yeah, I I don't know what value it has releasing it in January. I would either push the button and let it go, or do it next season at the start.
Yeah, just send it. It's beta. It's fine. Even if somebody does 150, like there's no reward, no big harm done. It's a beta. They already said this multiple times. Like I don't know. I don't really see like a big downside, but maybe they do. Anyways, I think either way, December is going to be an awesome month to be an ARPG enjoyer. Like there's so much stuff releasing. We have like D3, like Friday, right? We have the POE announcement tomorrow, and then we have D4 and we have POE2. December is looking pretty good.
There he is, Mr. Positive.
Yeah, I mean, no need to be negative, Nancy. Like I didn't like this, but I mean, we're gonna be fine, I guess. We're gonna have some fun anyway.
It definitely reminds me of sitting in the Maxwell meetings, making all the guides, and Rob be like, "Well, we have 80 of the 100 guides done. It's great. Look at all the stuff we did." And I'm sitting there, I'm like, "This is all fucking dog shit. We have to redo everything. Our templates
We
are
still
bad."
have to review everything, and Rax is gonna like review all this, and man.
I was just like, guys, we're not even like a tenth of the way done. Like, nobody be happy.
10-hour meeting, man. Let's go.
It was mostly me and Northward just saying how everything was so bad, and then Woody and Rob are just so happy about everything. We're just like, oh my god, dude.
Yep. I mean, at some point, I was just happy, like when it was out there and people could look at all the month and month of work. It was fun.
It was good times.
Good times. Hell yeah. I'm probably gonna like checking out some of the hopefully positive patch notes. There's a new blog post that they posted after I haven't checked and stuff. But yeah, man, it was a lot of fun talking. And we're keeping it positive, I think. We're gonna be pretty busy in December. It's gonna be fun either way.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be blasting something one way or another. All right, man. Well, I'm wishing you the best. Not the greatest news today, but we live to fight another day, and we'll see how it all shakes up. We'll have some good stories to tell one of these days, I guess.
Yep, that's the spirit, man. Likewise, best of luck with everything, and maybe we'll see or chat or talk about after the Game Awards or something. We'll see what's gonna happen, man. I'm excited.
It's got to be some. There's no way they. One thing's for sure, they would not push it back 2 days and creep closer to POE2 voluntarily. So it's got to be something. That's for sure.
Hope so. Let's go. I shall pray.
All right, dude. Have a good one.
Yep, you too, man. Take care. GG.
Later. Guys, that was Rob. Teamed with Rob a million times. We wrote many, I can't tell you how many guides Rob and I wrote. Rob and I started as the two barbarian leads for Diablo 4. We built the entire Immortal branch. We built the entire Diablo 3 branch. We helped a lot of the other branches get built. Many hundreds, if not thousands of hours of our lives put into that. Rob and Woody are Mr. Positive, and me and Northwar are everything is terrible. We suck. It was actually a very good balance. Very good balance. You can't have all positive people, and you can't have all negative people. It's a good balance. Is China launching on the 11th? There's lots of rumors, guys. There's been tons of different rumors. It's rumors of they're shadow dropping the expansion. They're shadow dropping the Paladin class. They're dropping the China server. Surprise! Towers are actually releasing. We've heard every rumor under the sun. It's certainly something. They wouldn't delay it for nothing, for sure. Guys, so many people are subbing and gifting subs. Thank you, guys. Alex, the founder of Maxroll, 59 months. One more for the mega hoodie badge. They're not going to shadow drop anything? Well, we'll see. You know, I told myself, and I'm going to try to still stick to this. What did Kirk just hand me? Oh, he handed me a dessert. Lit? Ugh. Ugh. I love Kirk, and I love the gesture. These are fucking horrible. Jesus. Ugh. God. Jesus. Guess no 0.4 for me. Can't wait to dive deep into D4 next season. I saw a lot of Giga Chads chatting. I saw there's Kongor, there's Moxie, I saw Condies, I saw Chronix. Did I see mods? There were a lot of Giga Chads here. What's up, guys? Full despair mode activated. Yeah, Chronix. I was trying to multitask. Of course, I need to listen to Rob and be respectful of the conversation. I'm listening. I'm trying to also read what you guys were typing. I saw Boiler. Yep, Boiler. Boiler said that Diablo had its dates first. Actually, technically, they both had their dates up. Not the official date, but we knew that POE2 was somewhere between early December and mid-December a long time ago, because they said that it would be December, and of course it's not end of December because that's Christmas. Nobody launches at the end of December. So we knew it was either early or mid. But yes, Diablo 4 literally had their date listed there. Boiler was there. I saw Chronix say that he was dedicated to Diablo 4 and now he's not playing. Now he's playing POE2, he said. Make a poll about what people will be playing. Yeah, we could make a poll. I'm not trying to shit on Blizzard. That's not the goal, but let's take an honest assessment here. What are your plans? I'm blasting D4. D4 for 10 hours, then POE2. D4 for a weekend, then POE2. Wait. No. I need to... Hold on. I'm doing this wrong. There. So this is the most D4. This is medium D4. This is little D4. This is no D4, only POE2. POE2 for a bit, then D4. Or let's say not playing either. POE2 for a bit, then D4. POE2 only. Or I'm blasting POE2. Did I do this correctly? So this is mega D4. This is medium D4. This is little D4. This is neither game. This is a little POE2. Fuck it. Let's just send it. Well, I'm right. People might play D3, but I'm really concerned about the battle between D4 and POE2. Let's see what people say with this one. All right. I probably could have made this less confusing, but this is what I'm going with. There it is on Twitch. Here it is on YouTube. Vote if you care.
Raxxanterax.
Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Keep in mind, this is a D4 stream. Like, we're in the D4 category, so it would be more biased toward Diablo 4. If we took this poll tomorrow during the Grinding Gear Games announcement, it would be shifted more toward POE2. So this is the D4 stream results. I don't know. People keep messaging me saying Rue says I'm a pussy or something. I've never even spoken to him. I don't know why people are saying Rue is mad at me. I've never spoken a word to him. I don't know why people keep saying that. He's mad at what? Oh, he's making a pervert tier list. Oh, he's making a joke tier list. Oh, where did I rank on the pervert scale? So is an S tier pervert like the guy you don't want to bring home to your parents kind of person? Okay, now that's making much more sense. Oh, I'm not worried. King Kongor people insult me all the time. I don't care. You can't. You know this. You can't be a streamer if you aren't ready for people to insult you. He's looking to get a week's vacation. Is he gonna get a week-long ban from Twitch? I'm not reporting him. Let the man do his thing. So tomorrow I'm going over to POE2. I'm gonna start practicing, and I'm sure everybody's gonna be playing. I actually think again, like, no one around here seems to be giving Blizzard any credit. I still think this season is better than what they have been doing. I do think that some of these system changes could set them up for success in the future. We've been saying that for 2 years, so you know, you take it with a grain of salt. But you know, it's their last chance. It's not even like, for me, it's not even a last chance. I'm like, I'm very stoic with Diablo 4. I'm stoic. Like, I don't have high expectations going in. And if you launch something in space, meaning if you don't launch it on top of other games, I'd be happy to fire it up and play until I'm bored. Because there's no challenge in the game, I get bored in the very first day. The reason why I don't get bored in POE1 is because I work on a character for multiple weeks in hardcore SSF, and Uber Cirrus can still kill me. I still can't kill him because he's fucking insane. I still have fun playing POE2 because there's a lot of things I just don't know about the game, and POE2's trajectory of getting better is probably the highest of any ARPG. I still like Last Epoch. People hate Last Epoch now. They wrote them off. They hate craft and they hate pay to win. I get it. I don't hate EHG. I'll play Last Epoch when it comes out next month. I love No Rest for the Wicked. I love it. It's fully releasing next year. I fucking love that game. I love Moon Studios. I love Ori. I love Ori 2. I can't wait for that shit. You know. Even Torchlight. I wish Torchlight wasn't pay to win with the pets. Torchlight's not bad either. Torchlight's fun for a day or two. I don't even mind Torchlight. So if Diablo 4 is not exactly the game made for me, it's okay. Has it completely changed the trajectory of everything that I thought I would be doing in my life? Yep. But it's been multiple years and I don't care anymore. I just don't care. So we need more Expedition 33. Dude, this year was great. We got Expedition 33, we got Hades 2, we got Hollow Knight, we got Mega Bonk. I mean, this year was pretty good. Hellclock was good. Slormancer was good. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. People love that game. That game is not for me, but people love it. It's a good game. It's just not for me. Any opinions on Titan Quest 2? So, I played Titan Quest 2 twice. I played it when it launched, and I played it when it released the next act afterward. I actually had way more fun the first time because I was playing a caster, and they nerfed the shit out of my build, and like every single item that I got playing in the next act was always for melee. It was always like big sword, dual daggers. Every time, everything I got was for melee, and I was just like, I literally was asking chat, like, when do I get a staff? When do I get a wand? When do I get anything that makes me stronger? I didn't upgrade my gear at all in the entire second act. And I was just like, did they forget to put the caster gear in this game? And I told everybody, it's like, if I would have been a hunter, or if I would have been a rogue, or if I would have been a warrior, if I would have been anything other than a caster, I would have murdered this act. So, like, the second time I played it, it was so dumb. Like, I didn't get any items, and they nerfed the shit out of my build. So I was like, okay. So I had way less fun the second time. No, it's not fully released. They're releasing it in pieces. So I like Titan Quest in general, but I feel like they got the progression for casters very, very... Either I had the worst RNG ever experienced by a caster player in the history of the game, or they just didn't build it into the game. It was so strange. I don't know. Got 500 epic swords and 0 epic wands. Right, that's what people kept saying. Chat kept saying, yeah, if you want caster gear, buy it from vendors. But I'm like, guys, that can't be the only way to get caster gear. Certainly, one of these days, it's going to drop me something on the ground. Nope, it sure didn't. So I think if I play Titan Quest 2 again, instead of starting with my caster character, I'm gonna start over and make like a rogue. I'm just gonna start a rogue so I can, actually put on the swords that I find. I found like the same epic dagger like 4 times. I'm like, guys, can I trade this for an epic wand or a staff? Can I have something? Yeah, then I'm going to find that's what people said. I literally was halfway through the second act. I was like, should I just re-roll rogue? And everyone said, no, if you do that, you'll just get wands the whole time. Like, oh, okay. Anyway, to answer your question, I like Titan Quest 2. It's a fun game. I just got screwed last time I played it, so I was mad. Isn't it funny how the topic of the conversation on any other game other than D4, or it moves to other than D4 after their reveals? Today, their patch for Titan Quest 2 had the loot weighting adjustments. I wonder if they watched my stream. Like, I still beat Act 2. I still beat everything with my Act 1 gear on my nerfed build. But it was kind of challenging. I was playing Ruthless Titan Quest 2 because nothing dropped for my character. So, it's like Ruthless mode. The thing about grinding gear games is grinding gear games has been able to build rapport. They have a lot of favor in the community. Grinding gear games could make several egregious mistakes, and the community will forgive them for it much quicker than they will Crafton or Blizzard at this point. So honestly, it's really grinding gear games' race to lose at this point. All they have to do is keep delivering solid content similar to what they've been doing and just avoid catastrophic PR problems, and I don't see how they could lose. It's almost over. Like, grinding gear games could probably get away with saying, hey, the whole next season is the druid and the end game, and you're not gonna believe this. We don't believe this ourselves. The druid is not ready. We were ready to release it last time, stuck in animation hell. We're ready to release it on the 12th. We have a huge problem. We can't release it. It's gonna break all of your computers. So we're going to focus on the end game updates and the new season mechanic. We're extremely sorry, and we're going to make it up to you. We're going out of the office in December. We're going to come back, and we're going to do something epic for you in January to make up for it. Grinding Gear games could say that, and they would get away with it. No, Marcus. No. You can't say, no, just release it, break my PC. That is POE2's biggest problem by far. POE2's biggest problem right now is not the lack of crafting. It's not the end game. It's not that they haven't finished the campaign. It's not that they don't have the weapon archetypes. It's not that they're missing the classes. It's not that they're missing the ascendancies. It's not that Trial of Suck My Ass blows. It's the optimization of the game. There are so many people who would play POE2, but they fucking can't because the game is so poorly optimized. the graphics are way too high and flashy, and the shaders and the monster actions or whatever the hell it is. I'm not a game developer, but whatever they're doing is way unoptimized. It's torching people's computers. So they cannot ignore this. It has to be a top priority for them to take the shit that they already made, and they have to fix it. It's the biggest problem with the game, way ahead of everything else. I can barely play it, and I have 2 PCs. I have a PC just to play it and a PC just to stream it. And I crashed like 10 times in hardcore SSF, and the only reason why I didn't die is because Grinding Gear Games' game has disconnect protection. So it saved me. Their disconnect protection insta-logged me out while my game crashed. I DC'd 10 times in an abyss, and I did not die 1 time because of their DC protection. So I give them major credit for that. But if I'm DCing 10 times in a season, the average Jim Bobs out there that are using their graphics cards from 4 years ago, bro, they probably can't even log in. No, this is POE2's biggest problem by far, is optimization. It's mostly heavy on the CPU, no? Well, POE2 becomes a lot more playable if you have all the shaders downloaded. But there's a million different maps in the end game, and every time you open one, you have to sit there for like a minute and download all the shaders. If you don't do that, if you just walk forward and you let the shaders download as you play, you're going to get cooked. I was DCing all the time, and then when I would start the map, I would see the shader bar going crazy, and I would just stand there for a minute. I'd let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go ape shit, and then it stops, and then I never crashed. PoE2 runs perfectly fine for you at max settings. Yeah, it works for some people. I would say for me, it works above average. Compared to what I was hearing chat saying last league, my experience was way better than theirs, because for the most part, I could play. I mean, I got to level like 97 in hardcore SSF, and it's like impossible to level in PoE2. But people were just raging at how much they were DCing. Do I have an AMD or an NVIDIA? I have an AMD processor. I have an NVIDIA graphics card. I have a 5080. Like when I would go into Abyss, like I could play, like when I'm walking around in a map, if I have the shaders downloaded at max settings, I'm probably running around with maybe 200 frames. And when I pull Abyss in the same map with the shaders already downloaded, my frames go from 200 to like 70. So I lose 130 frames when Abyss spawns. That's not good. Anyway, it's fine. I'm sure they've been working on it for months. I'm sure optimization will be a huge topic. I'm hoping. That's the only thing I'm hoping for. They're going to announce a bunch of cool stuff. They always do. But I'm really hoping for optimization updates. Like, I really hope they explain like what the problems were and kind of what they have figured out. Because there was certainly it was certainly the biggest problem. Delirium fog removed. Yeah, I actually have this here. If you guys want to see it, I got to find it here. Let me see if I can find this. I wrote Grinding Gear Games a paper. I should be able to find it. They asked for it, so I made it. Hold on. I can show you. Okay. This is it. I found it. Here. Yeah, here. Found it. Here. They asked for feedback. Yeah, I didn't know if this was possible because like shaders I think are compiled rather than downloaded. So I don't know if it's possible. But Borderlands 4 does this. Borderlands 4 has a way to get you the shaders ahead of time. So yeah, number one was optimization. Yeah, Ritual is like the greatest mechanic ever. It gives you everything in the game. And Expedition is kind of garbage. Speaking of garbage, the Wisps are even worse than Expedition. Anyway, we sent that to Grinding Gear Games last time. They can do shader pre-caching. The new DirectX stuff coming out allows shaders to be shipped with a game. Yeah, if you could somehow pre-download or pre-compile or whatever the proper technical mumbo-jumbo word is, do something with this. It's definitely the shaders. It's definitely the shaders that are messing with everybody. Believe me, I spent a lot of time with all of the little stats open, pulling Abyss and opening maps, trying to figure out why I was DCing, because I was playing hardcore SSF. One DC where my protection doesn't save me, I'm dead. So I was really trying to not die. You just had a French fry that was 10 inches long. That's good practice. DirectX is introducing advanced shader delivery. With or without ketchup. Mayo on it? Mayo on fries? Are you trying to die when you're like 30? I don't need practice. It's called speedrunning life. All right. Okay, well, that was fun. Okay, tomorrow we go to POE2. Well, Certainly the announcement is going to be better than what we had today, right? Certainly going to be better. Thank you so much for all the subs and the primes, guys. Appreciate you. We raided Woody a few days ago, but let's raid Woody again. And let's see what Woody thought of it. Woody is Mr. Positive, so we will see what he thinks. If even Woody is disappointed, then we know that stuff has gone wrong. Thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate you. And tomorrow we're gonna play POE, and there's gonna be a Giga POE announcement. Really looking forward to it. It's gonna be great. I will play Diablo 4 for a few hours on that day, so we'll see what the announcement is. Thanks for being here, guys. See you tomorrow.